High above the ramparts in the Bronx, in the hills of Yonkers in the late 80s, Poof Nana convinced his smart friend in high school to build him a set of robots that would transform the world into a jiggy man's paradise. The robots were built, delivered, but forgotten. Poof Nana went off to Howard and later to stardom. More than a decade after, Poof's mom was back at the old homestead cleaning out the basement. She saw the useless robots and threw them out. When they landed in the trash heap, the on switch accidentally switched on. The robots were activated and set out to fulfill their prolonged mission to jigify the 5 boroughs. Jigification. Glam. Glitter. A world only for the beautiful people. For the majestic people. People who shine with success and glee, brightening out all the wistful ones, all the iron horse riders, all the regular foot shufflers. Shuffle on, foot shuffling, shuffle on. Who will save us from this majestic menace? Ask the humble people of the Bronx. Ask all the humble people of the 5 boroughs.
Mental anguish, time on the lines. Watch these rhymes, I will vanquish. Shank this, where it started in the Bronx. No pranksters on another level, where the vessels overdosing your brain and busting tremendous beat pounding across the 5 boroughs. Now it's spread it worldwide. I'm only one of the few sent to keep the shit live. I mapped out my plans plus my mission, broke down the whole system. Now can you understand my oral tradition? Ooh, go to smoke the potent just to keep his mind open. I sailed across the 7 seas without Billy Ocean, Investicon, GCC, Slee CC, Majesticon, no friend of GCZ.
We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator.
Once again, transmit, use brain power to devour. Like I said before, man's darkest hour. The power of the matrix unleashed. Prime numeral. Investicon swoop down like wild marsupials as usual. You should know the consequence. By now, it should be obvious. A swift blow to the jugular, bring forth a loss of consciousness. I'm sick of this monotonous rhyme style biting, fighting titans in the sewers of the metropolis. Watch this. Jedi with the red eye glow like phosphorus. Product pierce the soul of the populace. Enough nonsense, kid.
We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator.
Urbanella, lost a fella to suburbia, proverbial. Hard knocks, surpass city blocks. If you searching for the twisted 13 kids that got lost in the basement, everybody missed it, radioactive, ballistic. Mucho local economy, lost to me. Colostomy lifestyles, buck wild on freeways. These days, rent plays Monopoly independently. Plenty be evacuated for the infatuation of nothing nation. Something's waiting. We placating, getting ready for reverse gentrification. Archetypal elation of victims of assassinations. Redefine relations. 3 Italians stuck on PlayStation.
We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. We activated robotics with activator. Reactivated robotics with activator. Activated.
Where do you get your inspiration?
Our revolution is at hand, is at hand, is at hand, is at hand, is at hand.
I am inspired by being uninspired, Being pummeled by mediocrity makes me reach higher, 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 higher. An impassionate word or voice causes me to appoint myself town crier, set afire under the ass of America and beyond, and beyond. 'Cause see, seems the more crass, the more cash, and ain't nobody sweating Armageddon. The nearer the end, the bigger the dance floor. The tickets are already sold out for the apocalypse party at Sodom and Gomorrah. The four horsemen are the doormen. And if you're going, you sold your soul to get in. You sold your soul to get in. So while you be sinning and Jerry Springerin, I'll be assembling a millennium Sanhedrin with wayward cherubims and exiled high priests holding the highest seats, rising up in defeat of the Romans and recent day Sadducees. See, it's kind of like the ex-addict helps the addict get clean. Is you with me? Is you with me? Is you with me? Is you with me? And I ain't no saint, always imperfect, always blessed, always stressed. The human pattern of regress over progress. Never accept, never accept, never accept, never accept. So, now like I said, I ain't no saint, but I'll be damned before I idle stand and watch my brethren and sistren distort the vision, distort the vision. The vision of imperfection in union with blessing, bringing forth offspring. Offspring named responsibility, sincerity, consciousness, universal love, transcendence. And I am at present taking candidates for the Millennium Sanhedrin. Is you with me? Is you with me? Is you with me? Is you with me? And if you consider revolt a cult, then I'll be a cult leader, somewhat of a sobriety meter, as we walk around in something like a drunken stupor. Or
Peace to the people. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second, everyone. Let me drop this link here and see if Joshua Jones will come on, because we are talking about Christian nationalism. It's a perfect person to get on here. Let me know if you're available this morning, brother Joshua Jones. Because we are going to be looking at materials on Christian nationalism, especially the work of John Winthrop, City on a Hill. You guys interested in that? I was supposed to be covering that last time. Greetings. Good morning, sir.
Morning for you, nighttime for me.
I see. Yeah, so have you ever heard of John Winthrop, City on a Hill? You know what I mean?
No.
One of the founding documents of this country, really,
Yeah, unfamiliar.
Well, that's why we have Wikipedia, folks. It is what it is. But yeah, you know what I mean? We could just look it up. But yeah, it is what it is. We're going to have to look this up here real quick and present this to my friend here, because this is an important issue dealing with Christian nationalism. Some say once this was a Christian country,
I'm not in my mind that claim is kind of a boy. That's the claim is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I guess what they're referring to is these Puritans, nominally
Uh,
speaking, referring to the Puritans,
yeah, they were generally talking about Protestants that basically came over. There were some Catholics in the mix, but mostly, yeah, those group of people were okay. Yeah, they were a portion of the population. I don't think the founding fathers much intended for any type of ideology to lend any credence to how the country was operated. This is why Christian nationalism and democracy, not really compatible.
Well, this is the familiar case here, the Massachusetts Bay Colony.
You have to forgive me. The house is loud. Got kids running around in the hallway.
It's okay. It's okay. No worries. No worries. But
Go
yeah,
outside and have a smoke.
I think when I read the, just the number of institutions the Puritans laid down in this country, like just the familiar institutions that we see, like public education and these types of things. It was really Protestants that came up with these ideas. Protestants came up with the idea of universal education, like Jan Comenius and these guys.
Yeah, mostly, I would say, yeah, they would probably be the largest contributors.
But yeah, this is 1630. It said
Now,
the colonists had good relationships with local Native Americans as well.
I got to ask you, do you like, you understand I'm an atheist that supports Christian nationalism?
Yes, that's why it's important to have you here, because at the one end, I do think that the modern project in Christian nationalism, or actually as it's being termed now, Christian futurism. Have you heard this term?
Yeah. I think one of maybe your last podcast, or maybe Neuros. I don't know. Somebody had heard it or mentioned the term. I'd never heard of it before.
Oh yeah. Well, I played a pretty famous speech by Nick Fuentes. Are you familiar with Nick Fuentes?
Oh fuck yeah, I know I know of the asshole. Yeah.
Yeah, the Nick Fuentes character, he created a speech where he talked about Christian nationalism. Basically, we're not going to the past. It's not about conservatism, even conservatism under the bus during that. And he said, no, it's not about going to some forgotten past. It's about moving into the future with Christ. So he said it's Christian futurism.
Yeah, he's basically trying to marry progressivism with Christianity.
That's exactly what it sounded like to me. It sounded like he was gonna marry progressivism to the notion of Christianity. This has been a project in the alt-right for some time.
That's been a project for since the founding. To the end of the day, that's always been. Hey,
in the mix is these guys like Jordan Peterson. I remember on Joe Rogan Experience, he called himself a Christian atheist.
Yeah.
So think about that. So they were already way ahead of you there. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
It's a sales pitch. It's all a marketing sales pitch. I don't really lend much weight to it and mostly ignore most of it.
Yeah.
I don't like. I always point out when anybody usually asks me about like Christian nationalism, the concept of me being an atheist will come up, and they kind of like, how does that work? It's a long explanation. I just don't. I recognize all the marketing bullshit, and I just don't use that.
It's kind of interesting what the Jordan Peterson fellow had to say about ultimate questions, ultimate search for meaning requires ultimate questions. The ultimate questions are only answered by ultimate proposals in terms of God and the cosmos and these types of things are only found within religion or spiritual sorts of understanding, that it really can't be gained through just science or liberalism or any of these types of things, that the search for meaning has to answer deeper questions, questions that are framed within these archetypal structures, that go beyond our sort of imagination. They kind of coalesce into like the nether regions of thought. And this is kind of this Jungian concept of the discarded images of history,
Yeah,
the
I'm not
universal
a.
mind.
I'm absolutely not a fan of mysticism, almost
Yeah,
in any form.
but it's interesting that they go through either mysticism, via traditionalism, of like the Rene Guénon or those sort of types, or they go into a sort of, you know, well, there is this, other element to it, but, you know, there is a type of psychology people that are saying is good for your psychology, but either way,
Okay,
it,
so
yeah.
my yeah, that's my educational field, surprisingly.
Oh,
So
really?
I have a master's in psychology. I am not a clinician. I'm a tactician. It's the evil assholes. It's the other side of the spectrum, right? Um, this one gets a little weird. So it's kind of an expansion on the term hope. Technically speaking, humans can't really survive very long without it. Generally speaking, human nature is self-destructive just by itself. Whatever you do, it's going to destroy you. Period. Full stop. End claim. Hope is this concept that kind of like keeps you moving in a direction. Without it, though, you tend to shorten it. Like that self-destruction mode kind of kicks in super fast. So if you were to take like somebody that's just abandoned all hope, that's where you end up with suicide, things like that. It gets kind of nasty. It appears some of these like mouthpiece speakers, say like Jordan Peterson, are trying to add a little magic on top of it. They're trying to add something to it. I guess it's possible, but my God, it's just a lot of heavy lifting, and I don't think anybody's going to ever hammer out any details to it. This is kind of where science and religion kind of like basically part directions. Where's baby honey? He's running around in the hallway.
Little guy. Yeah, bless you and your family, brother Joshua. But yeah, the thing is that there is not a neat divide between secularism and religion. And
Correct.
the reason is because if there was, then you would have the same type of acceptance of liberalism, of I guess the precepts of science and liberalism, as you do in the West in other countries once religion starts to decline. But the thing is that not only did science and liberalism uniquely arise within these Western European nations, but it uniquely also seems to thrive there, because of the sort of built-in universalism within Christian teachings. So it seems like, for whatever reason or another, science and liberalism seem to be married to quote unquote Christian society, or they seem to quote unquote arise from a sort of Christian society, in a unique sort of a way. So what is the reason for that? Is it because of,
Oh,
you know, I don't know,
curiosity. Human nature for curiosity. We see a thing, we want to figure the shit out. Period. Point blank. Period.
but then how come everybody doesn't figure out the same types of shit? Why is it only white people? that figure shit out.
Oh, well, I don't know about the white people concept, but generally speaking, because
I think it's interesting. It's because of liberalism, and I think concepts such as the separation of the church and state and the Protestant Reformation and all of those things, they have
are we talking modern liberalism, or are we talking classical liberalism?
I'm talking about modern liberalism. Didn't it have to do with religious? Didn't it fundamentally have to do with religious conflicts in Europe?
Did it have something to do? Sure, it's going to have influence everywhere. The problem with it, modern liberalism, is it's an emphasis on self-centeredness. Everything about it is all based on me.
That has to do, I think that's somehow related to Christianity, because it's somehow related to their notion of salvation, in my opinion. Because it's like you stand before, like there's this sort of rampant individualism within the writing.
Strongly agree. Just strongly, flat out agree. Just strongly, flat out agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like this is why he's got this self-deprecating quality to himself, especially in the writings of Paul. It seems like he's able to go against traditions. He's able to put himself down. He's able to find himself as the true basis for those traditions at the same time. And he's got this kind of, but I don't want to call it humble brag, but he's got this kind of thing like, I'm so lost and confused on behalf of my understanding of Christ and all of this type of stuff that, really I'm in this personal struggle, and him falling off the horse. I think that's a famous scene of him falling off the horse on the road to Damascus. Here he is to go find what the truth is, go persecute or whatever, or die for what he needs to. And there he's hit with this vision, and he changes his direction. It's about like your will, and like seeing it and like coming to some terms with things yourself, seeing it for yourself. You know what
I mean? Boy, that's a long-winded way of a description, but yeah, I guess okay. I'm not a. So I've got plenty of problems with Paul, but I mean, so his Road to Damascus thing was written before any of the Gospels. Like I said, it's quite possible, but again, that's just always been the case. Like people have basically, you can read a sentence out of any of the religious texts. I can read the same sentence. We're going to come to two different perceptions, right? This is just the problem that comes with like conceptual understanding of something. Can't deny it. It just is the thing that it is. It's already bad enough that anybody reads the stuff, they're going to come up with their own interpretations. What's worse is that historically, at least for the last, I'd say, well, let's look at the King James Bible. Well, that was like what, 1600, 1650, somewhere in there. It's always been slightly modified. Even within translation, you're going from one language to another, things are going to lose meaning. They always do. Hell, you can witness this like in just one language to another in modern day. It's always going to be the case that a person is going to, they're going to prioritize self. That door opened up a long time ago when we did away with, I don't know, serving a master or some shit. Like we take it back thousands of years. It just is the case that it is. But that again would be part of progress, as they would call it. You're not going to get around it. Like you're not even going to get much of a disagreement here, just because it is the case.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, but what time is it there, Machine?
It's 9:08 right now where I'm at.
Damn, it's like 6 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's 9:09 on the East Coast. There's 18 people watching here, and it's 1:19 here, 2024. Thank you guys for joining us. Bless you guys, man.
Yeah.
You know?
I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there as for being a professional white person and stuff like that. They've done studies about the various races and whatnot, and they found that white people have seemed to manifest of the 3 races the most individuality and the most proclivity towards rebellion. And both communism and Christianity attempt to impress collectivism upon the white person. It's like they've been trying to breed it out of us or condition it out of us or whatever. And yeah, that is my viewpoint on that thing.
Right. In terms of, Aristotle, you could go to the writings of Aristotle in Politics, Book 7. He says that the Europeans are the stupidest and the freest people on earth. And he said that the Chinese are the most intelligent and the least free on earth. That they are the most obedient people in terms of their understanding. And then he said that the Greeks are the most superior of all people on earth because they combine the freedom of the Europeans with the intelligence of the Chinese. So it was an interesting comment that he made. And of course, I read the comments by Hegel, where he said that he thought that there's a special notion of world history in terms of the reason why progressive and liberal and technocratic thought issued specifically from European societies. But you have this change. I think a lot of it had to do with these religious conflicts, and because it was came through these religious conflicts, one cannot properly term the breakaway from whatever traditional order they had previous to that as a breakaway into some secular worldview, because how could it be?
It's always been the case with human nature. When presented with options, option A, B, or C, generally the person's going to go for the most self-serving option. So when you say freedom, you just really mean like additional options. When you say like a strict culture like China, where you're pretty much going to get dogged on no matter what you do, right? Like, it's not much of a choice, therefore you're always going to go in that direction, right? Just because you have no other choice. Human nature, when presented with a vast majority of options, going to do really nasty stuff.
Right. I wonder though where you draw the line between intelligence and creativity, because ingenuity is something that has been accredited to the individual, not the group.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
So I mean, you have a situation where I'm not denying that Asians are probably the most intelligent race on the planet, right? It has a lot to do with their culture, right? But you have a lot of the technological advances. Some say as much as half the world's technological advances coming out of Europe. So
no, it'd actually be North America specifically. However, there's a problem here. So the Asians did have it at one given time, say like the Chinese. So you've got like gunpowder, paper, things like that. Like they had their moment. They had a good 1,000-year reign going fairly good, right? Like they were building up to it. They just apparently got to like a superiority complex and then cut the rest of the world off. And while the rest of the world finally advanced, then surpassed them and then went to war with them. That would have been the Brits. That knocked out the dynasty. That was all over and done with, right? I think it was Peterson that actually had mentioned it. Innovation. You only really need like 1% of the population to be able to be, as a group, innovative. To come up with new tech, stuff like that, right? Yeah. The vast majority don't need it. Like 99% of your population, it's not needed. They can be monkeys with wrenches operating machines, operate just fine. But
yeah, I guess
you know how
yeah, I guess the
you know how,
progress of civilization is something has to do with the way you treat that 1% of people that exist in your population. You know what I mean? More than it does with the how the other 99% sort of run their lives. I guess.
they covet it. At the end of the day, they covet it because, like, well, it depends on what you mean by innovation. So, like, if you're creating a next, latest, greatest, I don't know, app or whatever fucking thing, right? Everybody's going to see the money. They're going after that because they think, oh, I can get bitches and, you know, power, authority, you know, whatever that comes with it. So they'll chase after that. But it's just, it's just how humans are. We want the easy way. We'll do whatever it takes to go the easy way. The difference is our culture grants a lot of options. You could check this out. Try this. Go into any store in America, like let's just say a grocery store, right? You have one aisle that's literally dedicated to thousands of different brands of chips. Then go over to Europe. You'll see that's cut down in half. Then go to the Middle East. You'll see that's cut down to a quarter. Go to Asia. You'll see like 5 brands. The more options you have as a society, the more it appears. This is just my what it appears the way. The more options that a society has, the worse, like, I guess, whatever moral stances they are as a society tends to go to shit real fast.
Yeah,
humans are just nasty fucking creatures. Period. Full stop.
Because choice is not freedom, and then that comes in licentiousness, you know, which is the appearance of freedom through the idea that, you know, freedom is that you get to do whatever you want, but getting to do whatever you want is only entitlement. It's not freedom. You know, freedom is is actually doing what you need to do, A, to survive, and B, to flourish. You know what I mean? So, you know, liberty is in procuring, you know, the methods of your own prosperity, you know, not just survival. And survival has to do with nature. You know, it really comes down to 2 things that Machiavelli said that really birthed liberalism, is these 2 concepts, opposing concepts: fortune on the one hand and virtue on the other hand. Fortune, what you start out with, what nature starts you out with, and virtue, what you can procure through your own skills, you know, without pertaining to the appearance of vices, you know. So fortune often, you know, people who start out with large fortune, it often you know, stifles them in terms of gaining virtue. You know, they think they don't have to gain virtue, and people who have a lot of virtue, you know, who have to gain all the virtue on their own, they relied not on fortune, you know. Fortune, you know. Yeah, exactly. The state of nature arguments, you know.
Easily demonstrated in modern day. Take lottery winners, like something like I think 94, 95%, I think, or it might be 97%, file bankruptcy within 2 years. Like it's 0.08% that actually do something with the lottery and actually, you know, I guess flourish with it. You're talking about like less than 1% of a population of lottery winners. So here's these people that are granted wealth, or at least in some form, and just mismanage it, don't know how to deal with it, just do stupid shit.
I think that's because I read somewhere that being rich or being poor is actually a mindset. It's not a amount of material possessions. Like rich people who hold on to their money, they operate in a particular mindset that usually involves allowing their money to make more money for them. Whereas poor people, I can tell you from growing up poor, a lot of poor people are poor because they make poor decisions. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but like the concept of wealth, right? It just depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to average Joe Schmo on social media, right? Rich is, I guess, the car, the big house, the 10 bitches in bikinis, whatever the fuck they describe it as. It's going to be materialistic. However, when you run into like, I guess what we would call virtuous people or righteous people, just say like religious people, they'll generally tell you that wealth is really just about like family and shit like that.
Yeah, one of the main things in this period was The Weight of Wealth by Benjamin Franklin. And of course, Benjamin Franklin would write all of these Puritan manifestos, sort of like Poor Richard's Almanac, and he would come up with these phrases like all things in moderation, even moderation. Like these are all quotes that like Benjamin Franklin came up with for people to manage their wealth in a society, but through both two things he used Christian virtues and also capitalism. So he tried to blend these two things within one sort of common ethic, and in doing so, through these works like Poor Richard's Almanac and like this kind of keep your head down, work a day type of Puritan ethic, of everyone gets what they deserve, because God made it that way. That's kind of the whole Puritan thing, that everybody deserves their own station in life. So this was kind of the Puritan kind of understanding that related to capitalism that kind of kept it up, but it was this notion that some are born in wealth, some are born mean and in subjection. And these are right out of the writings of John Winthrop, City on a Hill, and he founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony. But here in this, it says that it's interesting. He read the Monas Hieroglyphica. It said Francis Yates notes, that Dee's influence later spread to Puritanism in the world through John Winthrop the Younger, an alchemist and follower of Dee. Winthrop used the Monas as his personal mark. So this guy who founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony was apparently heavily involved in alchemy, and so was Walter Raleigh. If you look at Walter Raleigh, and William Penn, you know what I mean? They were also into a lot of interesting, occult type of stuff.
Those guys were all into Egyptology because at that particular time, the French were making it very popular. The French were sending all these like explorers and stuff over there to Egypt to document stuff. And France and England were really close. Or always have been, because they're right across the water from each other.
And this all boils down to Gnosticism. I'm a little torn on it. I have a weird. So you generally have like a small group of people with information. We'll just call it that. And then you've got like the rest of society that doesn't have access to that information. So the problem is if the information gets out into the public, right? People are going to perceive in different ways. They're going to come up with more bullshit. They're going to probably utilize it to manipulate one another, take advantage, do all the nasty shit that people do typically, right? So I'm kind of torn on this because on one hand, I'm like, the information be really useful, but on the other hand, the information is also very destructive to the vast majority that's out there. So I kind of like the groups that kind of keep their shit secret. Then again, I'm pretty much on the fence. I think I've officially quoted on YouTube as 2/3 of U.S. population needs a bullet in the back of their head. Period. Full stop.
Yeah, it's like this, but it's interesting what this guy says about William Penn. He was a huge advocate of democracy and religious freedom. you know, and also a founder of you know, modern day Pennsylvania. And it's interesting that Pennsylvania is called Pennsylvania, obviously named after William Penn, first of all, but then second of all, the you know, there's Penn is the beginning, but Sylvania, like from Transylvania. That's right. You know, it's like he's talking about Bohemia. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
you know, it's interesting that these guys, you know, kind of put all of this occult stuff into how they founded the states, even the states' names, you know, and shit like that. But yeah.
Well, there's a lot of cities in America that are named after like stuff that's like from over like Egypt and stuff. Like there's Cairo and Memphis and all that. Those are all Egyptian names.
Oh shit! I just found the term swashbuckler. Swashbuckler, guys. That's a good term, you know.
Damn.
You got to go swashbuckling. You know what I mean?
Swashbuckle buckle.
Swashbuckle.
What's Sylvania? I got the pen part. Sylvania. Does that mean anything, or it just means
Transylvania?
I would just think location. Yeah, that's what it would make me think.
Well,
And
Sylvan.
Transylvania, because a lot of the occult comes from Bohemia, you know, and that's one of their founding places is like Transylvania. And
I see where you're going. See, so the little stubble looks good.
Thank you. I was just looking at myself. I was like, man,
Yeah,
looks like
no, it looks cool. It looks cool. No, I'd say even give it a couple more days, Grove. Let it grow a little more. Keep it trimmed. Look good.
Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, what does any of this have to do with like Christian nationalism? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I guess we're talking about the Puritans. We're talking about liberalism. We're talking about John Dee studying alchemy and science. We're talking about William Penn promoting democracy and liberalism and science. And
yeah, you'd have to go.
How this country was founded. How this country was founded. Well,
yeah, you'd have to go back a lot further for Christian nationalism.
No, this country was founded through two things. You know, one was liberalism, you know, democratic, you know, and the other was the project of the Protestants. So how far would you go back for Christian nationalism?
500 AD, give or take, maybe 300 AD.
Yeah, 500 AD. But what do you say happened there? 500 AD.
They started writing the Bible, putting it together. That's where he going.
So it really comes down to like the hardcore stances. Before, see, I can't absolutely say that it wasn't modified, you know, before then. You've heard me go off on Philo of Alexandria. I really want to kill that fucker. I want to go back in time and assassinate that asshole. But generally, so like the first, let's just say the first 300 to 500.
So you're just talking about the combination of Rome with the concept of Jerusalem and the state with the concept of the church?
No. So where Greek philosophy married in with the Jewish philosophy or the old Hebrew philosophy, right? Like they had to compete, right?
Right.
Obviously,
right. That's what I already just mentioned. The Hellenization.
Right.
That's what that refers to. Yes.
So when they basically end up having to compete with each other, fast forward, right? Greeks won, obviously, probably most likely because of human nature. You know, if I can get the answers, I'd rather have that way. Human nature wants to go in that direction. But if you're talking about like Christian nationalism, somewhere around 300 to 500, mostly because that's when that's probably the peak of where they were basically the Christians were running for their lives. So it goes back to the concept of the struggle. If you're talking about all of the virtues of a person, you know, you want to talk to virtuous people. They're usually from some type of really hardcore, difficult struggle. That is when the Christians were like running away from the Roman Empire because, well, they were easy targets, right? Along with, you know, the Jews and everybody else, right? But they were running away. They were more virtuous. They had better standards. As they got away from the Roman Empire, let's just say Carthage, and just kind of started to settle down, then that's when they started adopting all of this extra stuff, right? they started getting into their philosophy and start twisting shit around like, oh, maybe it means this. Oh, maybe it means that. I oppose all of it. Because I'm a
not
big
sure you
fan
guys even have the same definition of Christian nationalism anymore.
Well, sir.
Yeah, because what you're missing is the institution is the liberal institutions. Those have to be modern. Because they have to be post Hobbes. Really. Because you don't really get to government by consent until you get through that level. So yes, it does have to do, nominally speaking, with the Hellenization of the Jews, because how else would the notion of democracy make it to Europe? Because
I think maybe you might misunderstand the position, right? Christian nationalism is not all for fucking liberalism. There's no individual, I guess if you're using the modern term, individual or the embellishment of individual autonomy. No, you don't belong to
I
it.
understand that.
Okay.
I'm pushing the issue because of its marriage with liberal institutions.
Right. That's why Christian nationalism is
I'm pointing out the
pro force.
I'm pointing out the flaws in the ideology. I'm not gonna talk
Okay.
about.
Yeah.
I'm not simply going. Oh, okay, yeah, here.
Yeah. Christian nationalism is not particularly a big fan of it. And if you were to ask me, like the prescriptions that are offered today are kind of like.
They're not a fan of liberalism, but they get into the mix of arriving at their position through modernism and liberal institutions, right?
No. So these are stepping stones. Like at the end of the day, it's just like any other group.
Exactly. They're stepping stones. So
right, but it's not like this philosophical reason for why they just want these stepping stones. It's because they can't all just pick up weapons and overthrow the government and utilize force to just basically take power. That cannot be done, right? So you have to kind of start convincing people like, you're going to have to kind of join us. And so they'll do things like, for example, you've heard Andrew Williams prescribe how to deal with marriage. Said, take the Christians, let the church arbitrate divorce, right? Let the secularists use the state, and then they compete with one another. It's basically it's a marketing campaign, because when people start talking about right.
And this could
but
work
that's
if
just
the churches have some sort of institution with the government where they could program and kind of each community would have to choose their own church.
I don't know a lot of the details. Usually, the Orthodox would be like their church.
I'll tell you, logistically speaking, it's either going to have to be that each community is going to have to choose their own church, or the government is going to have to sanction their own church for the people to use.
Yeah, I don't think the Christian nationalism is really like big fan of the government kind of concept. They're trying to like divide it as much as possible.
Can either one of you guys define Christian nationalism? I think I'm more with Machine Lies. I think of something more modern. Certainly not in the time that you're putting it. They're still assembling the books of the Bibles and telling the stories. I would have assumed it would have had been further along in history. What is Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism is the smallest part definition you can come up with that's like all encompassing, or is going to be like Christian virtues via legal doctrine.
Okay.
Basically a government, almost a theology, which it eventually would turn into, or a theocracy. Almost a theocracy as a
All right, I'm caught up with the conversation.
But it would, it would definitely become a theocracy at the end. Christianity and Christianity and democracy are incompatible.
I would agree, Machine Lies. I hope you disagree, because I would agree, bro.
Well, I definitely think it's a quagmire, because think about it. Why did democratic and liberal institutions arise from Christian societies only?
Yes.
Specifically.
Very good.
Right. That's the problem I keep pointing to, you know.
Because of choice.
Be more specific, bro.
Right.
Okay, so as a group of people have options for choice, like as they have increased options, they're going to select at any given time the one that's most appealing to themselves, not to the group. It's human nature.
Right. Why
right?
Christianity though, as opposed to other shit? Why Christianity? It was the
Well,
best.
Are we talking about the formation of the United States, or are we talking about like which other country?
That would do. That's okay with me. Formation of the United States is good.
Okay.
The whole thing was
Formation
founded
of
on
the-
Christianity. Why not pick something else? Christianity would have been more beneficial. Is that? I think that's where you're about to go.
Oh no, they would have never been able to marry all of the colonies together on an ideology. Wasn't going to happen. Hell, they couldn't even get the revolution going originally past 30% of the population. That means the 13 colonies combined, only 30% actually wanted to go against the crown.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like marrying everybody's or like you would have had different faiths. They had like a lot of the founding fathers were deists, not exactly Christians, right?
Why they chose
all
Christianity? I'm not sure I'm keeping up with you.
They
chose Christianity because it enabled them, the colonies, to come together. Where are you going with this? Why? Well, his question was, why was it founded on Christianity specifically, something like that?
The choices that they made were a collection to get people together. You can't say, hey, look, this God versus that God versus this idea versus that idea.
Why not choose Islam? They could have got people together under that. Why Christianity?
No, they absolutely couldn't. They could not get all of the people within all of the colonies together to agree on anything.
They got them under Christianity, yeah? They got them under. That's the premise of the question, is that they all went under one thing, Christianity.
They didn't. Society did.
I don't understand. Maybe you want to have.
Okay. Here's an example. Is the United States a Christian? Try this. Is the United States a Christian country?
It has, in God we trust, on the money.
Yeah, that didn't come around till like what, 1953, 54, something like that.
But Christian nationalism isn't based in a country; it's based in Christianity, right?
We agreed that it started off somewhere else. We moved it over here to the U.S. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that one. Like Christian nationalism would have been gone with where the King Henry VIII, that would have like instantly killed it right there.
It's the Christian nation, just like they talk about the Muslim nation isn't a part of any one particular country. It's all the Muslims.
Actually, yeah, that's a good one. Think of a Muslim caliphate. Think of the same concept. Now just call it Christianity. Same thing.
Right. But people want to conflate it because you use the word nationalism. People want to conflate it with a bunch of fucking like white supremacists, some idiot rednecks somewhere.
Well, society. Yeah, society would like if you use a label nationalist on anything, yeah, the first thing that pops in anybody's society's mind.
It didn't pop into my head, but now Cecil's put it there. How prevalent is this idea? Because I didn't even know a Christian nationalist was a thing. How prevalent is the idea that they're racist?
It's not racist.
No, that wasn't my question. How prevalent is the idea? Is a lot of people saying what Cecil's saying?
That society thinks of it, or that
society. There's a lot of people making that accusation that Christian that Christian nationalism is racist. It's a real thing.
I would venture to say that the concept probably is pretty popular among a bunch of Bible thumping redneck idiots.
Thank you. That was you're answering my question.
It would not surprise me at all.
All right. Thank you.
It's actually more prevalent among middle class conservatives.
All right. I didn't even know it was a thing till I heard Machine Lies talk about it a couple of days ago. I think he used the word, and now y'all using it again today.
Yeah, if I go
Those
and
middle class conservatives are not really the one. They're going to be like the ones you don't really hear about. For lack of a better word, the more meek a bunch. The ones that the media is going to focus on is some idiot
It's the
pastor out
extreme guy.
with
Yes.
a Bible in his hand talking about we.
that's where I heard.
I
That's
like
where
it,
I heard about
Cecil.
it
I like
was all of these YouTube videos and these news stories, essentially, with the Nick Fuentes and the J6 and the QAnon story
Yep.
and all that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah, this is gonna be. Thank you.
So if you
I
go to
love
there,
it.
you just search Christian nationalism on YouTube, which is essentially that's all I did right here. I just searched Christian nationalism on YouTube, and yeah, there's a lot of these types of videos. Some of them I've already watched, but yeah.
Yeah, can we see the real problem with Christian
You're
nationalists? Can we see a little rap with the blue thumbnail? The real problem.
well, Machine. You're really familiar with one very famous Christian nationalist within
right
your
there,
sphere.
that one. Can we see some of that one? Just a
Yeah.
couple minutes. I want to see what the accusations
let's
are.
watch this. Let's watch this. Yeah. Holy Post. Yeah, this might be another Christian guy talking about it, so it's interesting. But yeah,
even better. Yeah.
Understand Christian nationalism. I know you don't believe
shit. He's got pudding.
but I promise we'll get to it.
And look at his head. Look at the shape of his head.
Everyone seems to be talking about Christian nationalism these days. Politicians, preachers, pundits,
I know,
scholars.
they got a guy like Aleister Crowley to like talk about this.
Everyone has something to say about this issue. Some of them are proudly wearing the label, while others are writing books to denounce the movement.
Oh shit, he's a house Negro. Sky Jitani. Damn.
One book is by Andrew Whitehead and Samuel Perry. Both of them are professors of sociology. In it, they define Christian nationalism as
Yeah, I've never every single time I look into this issue, I get some new work that's talking about it. So there's a lot of different works. We looked at Charles Haywood, we looked at the Wolf guy, so there's all
It's
of these
getting more popular.
Yeah, it's getting more popular.
Belief that America.
You really should talk to Neurojack. He's a Christian nationalist.
Okay, I'll
but
do that.
if you need somebody like within the sphere, y'all's sphere, that is also a very firm proponent of it.
He's the whole reason.
Andrew Wilson. You remember the little run-in with Ortho Bros? Those are Christian nationalists.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. That's why I antagonized them to no end.
I like this. I'm gonna take a picture of this definition here.
Yeah,
that America should always be Christian. I would put that along with the MAGA belief, make America great again.
But notice how Christian is in quotes. What the fuck? Like
no.
Christian. Like that's what.
No. I wonder. It's in the quotation marks are the two, and they put that one within the one. I do that myself too.
But it's like,
I really don't think like going YouTube videos to explain what it is or even run. Most of these fuckers are poser.
No, I have one that explains it pretty good. It's that James Lindsay one explains it pretty good. But yeah.
America has been and should always be distinctively Christian from top to bottom. In its self-identity, interpretations of its own history, sacred symbols, cherished values, and public policies.
The problem is that, as Joshua Jones was pointing out, Christians have distinctively Greek and Roman values. For example, on the the building at the Capitals, they have the Parthenon and all that stuff. Roman Pantheon,
that's right. I forgot about that. DC, it just looks like that, and whole time and architecture. You're right.
Yeah.
And it aims to keep it this way. Now, some of you hear that and might think, that doesn't sound so bad. After all, wouldn't America be better if distinctly Christian values filled the country? But what exactly does that mean? For example,
that's enough for me. If you want to
Christian
change it,
values
I'm willing to hear other opinions too.
There's really only one opinion. It's real simple, right?
No, it's not. No. Go jump in a lake with that nonsense. You're not God. There's really only one opinion. But please
it's real
continue.
simple. It's real simple. If anybody talks about Christian nationalism as this kumbaya, we're all going to get along kind of bullshit, that's definitely not going to be it. No part of their prescriptions is anything but selective. It is purely division based. It literally wants to get rid of the other immoral half.
I thought that's what religions do, is shit on everybody but themselves.
Yes. So when people kind of get together or make a YouTube video and they're like, oh, well, it's this and rainbows and kittens and shit, that's the moment you know they're fucking full of shit.
But dude, I've been around YouTube for many years now, and I'm grown. I understand that every man, not just YouTube, has an agenda. When I talk to you, I assume it's just riddled and colored with your agenda. YouTube's no different in that sense than any other source that I use.
Okay. Like I said, I'm making the statement also for the viewers, right? Like this is not. This is not even close to what Christian nationalism.
I suck at that. I totally forget when I'm having these conversations that there are viewers. I suck at that part.
Right. But you have to remember, Joshua, that your capability to understand what Christian nationalism is completely, curtailed by your admission of yourself as an atheist.
That's dope.
Yeah, I would be.
Your shit's colored, like I just said.
Yeah, so you keep saying that everybody else doesn't understand it, but
No. So here's the weird part about it. I'm like, if I had the ability to snap my fingers and make this thing so, like, it obviously it wouldn't be a democracy, it would be a theocracy. But if I were to snap my fingers and make it so, I would be one of the people that get like tossed under the bus and executed.
I don't understand.
I mean,
are you saying?
Yeah, I'm an atheist, not a Christian.
You're saying that if you brought it into existence, no, guy, you'd be the leader. You're the only one who thinks you're not a Christian.
No. I would not be the leader. I would be the person tossed under the bus and executed.
No, if you would thought what you think that you are, then yes, you'd be executed. But in reality, you are a hardcore Christian that's mad at someone. You are the ultimate Christian. You are the ultimate fucking radical Christian, in my opinion. You are fucking old school fire and brimstone Christianity, in my opinion. You are.
Well, I guess maybe in prescription, but in faith, no. I lack it.
I go for that assessment as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess this is why, like, I don't attach myself with the label Christian, right? Like, I make it known that I'm an atheist, not a Christian. I completely lack faith. But again, I dislike people that like lay claim to a faith that they.
Listen, no one's buying that you're not a Christian. You are absolutely Christian. I know you think you're atheist and all of that, but everything about you, every belief you has come from old school Christianity. Everything out your mouth drips with it. So you telling me an atheist, don't change my thoughts here.
Yeah, I agree with the prescriptions. I have no agreement with the faith just because I lack it.
You believe with the prescriptions because some Christians told you that was what you should believe in.
No, I agree with the prescriptions because the prescriptions are anti-human nature. Then again, so are most religions, to be fair, right?
I was about to say it sounds like other religions too.
Yeah. So to be fair, right? The only real difference Islam gives the same prescriptions, right? Yeah. One would argue that Islam would probably fit a little better because it's closer back to Judaism, which is a lot more, it's a lot more hardcore than anything that, we would comprehend, right?
Yes.
The only reason that I'm not.
I mean, if you want to be a really anti-human nature, you go with Islam because Islam is almost misanthropic. The way the Old Testament writing is almost misanthropic towards humans.
Yes.
So. My point is the only real reason why I'm a Christian nationalist and say not an Islamic nationalist, right, is because of culture. I was raised up with a certain set of virtues and values, and that's just generally the Christian nationalism takes those virtues and basically prescribes them through
What do you think of
force.
what I was describing earlier about Christianity as a humanism? I mean, God is human in Christianity, you know?
Yeah, they keep claiming this shit with Jesus. Yeah, I've heard the claims.
I've heard that he was more human when he walked the earth, and the stuff that come out of his mouth would lead me to believe he always wanted to say, "You the same as I am," and blah blah blah.
No,
And
that's not.
after, go ahead.
Yeah, but real quick, that's not even a secular critique of it. That's what it says in the Bible. It says he was fully human and fully God. But go ahead,
Right
Joe.
on, right on. No, I dig it. I appreciate the thing. Yes, I think back then I've heard and I would believe from what I've read that he was more human, and the making him a god stuff was man's idea. And as evidence of that, I would say the manufacturing of the accumulation of the books that they chose to put in the Bible. They chose everything that made him look human, or they were very selective about what they put in the Bible, which tells me that, yes, the other shit make him look like a man. It had him making mistakes and doing dumb shit.
Agreed.
His whole childhood, he made dumb shit. He killed one of his friends and shit, I do believe, pushed somebody off a roof or something. All of that shit's missing from the Bible because they can't say he's a god then.
Infancy gospel. Yeah. That was one.
Or the shit with Mary, Second Timothy or something. One of the books is not in there. When every time he greeted, he would kiss her. That's intentionally left out because he looks human.
Yeah, no disagreement.
You can't talk. I'm smoking and choking.
Yeah,
I'm just one of the weird Christian nationalists that just I'm all about those virtues plus force. It's really that simple.
That's why democracy and Christianity wouldn't go in. I'm totally against that fucking force shit. I think Christianity, you have to impose your shit and get rid of anybody who's not with your shit. How does that democracy in any way? I think they're
no, democracy would never be able to stand with most religions, simply because choice can never be granted.
Yes.
I mean, it's really what it boils down to.
There's
Go
also
ahead.
the issue of church and state. The church being an institution, this was a problem in Europe for centuries, where the popes and the kings did not correspond with each other. Actually, popes would select their own kings, kings would select their own popes. There was two or three popes at one time.
Yeah, we're familiar with the history.
That shit you said about
that's one of the main problems is that
Henry the Eighth. That shit, the church and that show you when the church and the monarchy was really going at it. We're God. No, you're God. You ain't got to listen to them. You determine who everything religious. You know, it was crazy. In fact, he caught a lot of shit when he got rid of his wife so he could be with a new motherfucker. The church, really gave him shit about that. In fact, he split and made his own church or something.
Well, Storm said it best in chat. Might makes. The right part doesn't need it.
Oh, is that what she said? Hold on, let me read.
Yeah, that's actually the truest form of that claim too. People add the right part on the end of it to make them feel better.
Who am I looking for? What name did you say?
Crap.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Pull the chat back up. I'm on
Storm,
phone.
I think you said some Storm.
Yep. Ken before the storm.
Oh, Kim.
He pulled it up on. Yeah, he pulled it up on the screen for us.
Might doesn't make right. Might just makes. I dig it, baby.
Yeah, that's the quote of the day.
I like it. Oh, shit.
But that's actually all of history, all of the empires, all of the rulership, all summed up in one sentence.
I would agree. Machine Laz, was this someone else's opinion on Christian nationalism?
Yeah, but actually, before I get into this, I'm just gonna play a song and smoke some weed because.
All right, I'm smoking with y'all right. Let's do it.
Because we're all on some shit right now. But yeah, Yeah, James Lindsay. He gave a actually he just reads this guy who's funding a lot of the Christian nationalist movements.
Oh, that's
Charles
brilliant.
Charles Haywood,
Yeah.
and this dude was on Tucker Carlson, and actually Andrew Wilson's wife was also on Tucker Carlson, which makes me kind of suspect that the Crucible is being funded by these people as well, because how else would he just get on Tucker Carlson with his wife and stuff,
Andrew gets some side funding outside. Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is the song we're gonna smoke to here. Big Just, I Triceratops. You guys like Big Just?
I don't even know what it is. So let's hear it.
No?
My wife
I don't
and kid are
know
running
him. I don't
around.
think I heard of him.
My wife and kid are running around, so I'm going to hop off. Is there any questions before I go? Anything?
No. Thank you so much for your contribution, Joshua.
Yeah, it was great, man. I could talk to you all day, bro.
Yeah, that was real good. Yeah.
My suggestion though was talk to Neuro. He's actually pretty fair.
Oh yeah,
talk to him.
of course. Yeah, we opened up this topic on the show. If you actually go look at, I don't know if you were actually here in the beginning of the live streams, but when we first started the live streams, we really talked about this topic a lot. So if you go back and watch those, you'll see that we already covered this topic. Yeah,
he's got a fair assessment, and one more name. You should try to do an interview with Andrew and literally ask him the hardcore questions.
Andrew Wilson won't talk to me.
Yeah, that's you're gonna see a lot of my prescriptions.
He won't talk to me since our debate. He ghosted me. So
what'd you guys debate? I want to know the topic. I don't know Andrew Wilson, so I was curious what the debate topic was.
Yeah, I'll show you the debate.
I'll
show you the debate. Yeah.
All right,
Andrew,
Joshua, if you're cutting out, go ahead. I'm sorry if you're not.
Yeah. Andrew's prescriptions are pretty much like they're really on par. There's no there's no extra.
That's what I'm noticing. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Yeah.
There's no extra sugar placed on it. It's just it's kind of like everything's kind of spelled out matter-of-factly, right? It's more simplistic that way.
Yeah.
Just so long as everybody understands those prescriptions are not really nice prescriptions.
By the way, I looked at his debate on Christian nationalism, and he actually employed the term Christian futurism. That's where I started this discussion. So if you go back 2 episodes, I actually gave a breakdown of Wilson's.
I really hate Fuentes. I'd really like to smack the shit out of him if I ever got a chance. Damn it.
Well, I wouldn't. I just wish him well because he's probably put out a hit on me or something. So I just say I wish him well. He's probably a good kid, and
Who, Fuentes? Oh, Fuentes.
You do good in your studies and turn in your homework on time, little guy.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Hell, since you're giving that shout out,
Mexican child leader of the white race, isn't that what they say?
Well, since you're giving a shout out. Hey, Fuentes, Joshua Jones here, aka Foreign Service Officer Joshua. You're on a fucking watch list. You're a pussy with a mouth. Fuck off. There we go.
Well, there we go. There we go. Thank you so much.
Anyways,
yeah,
we'll catch up with you. Like I said, I'll try to be in chat here, but kids running around the house, so I got to dip out.
Right,
Need anything? Give me a holler.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for joining.
Easy, bro. Yeah, I don't think I know Big Johnson, but let's check it out. Triceratops. Oh, he's on man side. Triceratops. Okay.
It's the original Dixieland, uptown, let me side ride. Universal expansion, artistic smash. The lights, the cabaret, the same that we black and tan. The low down moldy music, surpass the Walter Band. Yo, the Crescent City order, you had your beers, guys. America got delegated for white nigga, you jazz. True scandalous nature existing in his hands. Who should have thinking why this on the radio? Why is that even playing this even before? None the wise people forget too soon. 2001, extra R&B pad rules, but they trend-setting flat vocals and Bobby Brown moves. This colorful aspect of the legacy is the descendants of the world. Everything I write is resembles to my roots. That birds eat the fire at the same time, so Birds people find at the same time, South Jamaica, Queens. Yeah, I got a rhyme. Every time's like the first time you say it. A lyrical strain on the range we roll down into where the A train went for eons. I'm traveling in circles on these same pavements. New York, with the first zoo law broke out of containment. You know, I know. Shorty that was standing right over there. Baby orphans, running the streets, providing care. But so it seemed L-U-N-E Vega 5 ICST. Out of Green Acre with superior rocking schemes. Mr. Griffin, the supermarket ate to the point it became toxic. With Sono ACC hitting up the traffic control boxes. Plus, I'm friends with sophisticated mommies from out the project in Manhattan Island. The city of its sign and the lost souls in the era where B-boys rock playboys. Lisa Demont next to Rocket have black Sabbath shirts and chains on their wallets. Struggling to be the freshest of the fresh. Yo, I try my hardest just to make a little dent. For real, for hip-hop's my only true shelter to manifest itself for the very streets that's trying to kill me, and it don't make sense. And I'm out here hustling to get in the club to find some with the folks, sleep with some friends. Friday at the Rocks, Euphoria Blend, the Mexican, front the fun house, up against the speaker playing King Cut, or at the Paradise Garage zoning out to Dr. Love, wondering am I at the ending or the beginning of my road? And the sweet smell in the air, later find out the cigarettes filled with coke. Where we go? Something, honey? Oh, I see you doing a little writing. You trying to get up all over the place, man. You shut me, you came up to the party and everything. How you feel, man? You want to choke? Go down, you want to choke? Where the B-boys at, where the B-girls at, where the B-girls at, where the B-boys at, where the real bodies at, where the real bodies at, where the turntablists, where the DJs at, where the breakers at, where the footwork at, where the floor work at, where the B-girls 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 at. Step up to the Wildcat talking this and that, where the B-boys at, where the breakers at, compound where the elements practice at. See some time for the beat jam is packed. We come to get love and show love. So where the beat girls at, where my right and click cat, outside the summer where the system's at, compound where the elements practice at. Network to the UND light and sound, where the art stop notch respect is to be found. You don't see me because I'm living amongst the elements, building the earth, sun, moon, and stars. Then you must not come around where the B girls at. We ain't wildin' no more. Please come back around. Where all the breakers at, where the DJs at, where the MCs at. But slow down. You rushing the mic kinda anxious. These fly biddies and oil tankers while I'm feeding the chocolate honey mango gelati amongst the canopy forest tapestry.
Oh, of the canopy forest, tapestry. Oh, yeah.
Mike wizardry, imagine mastery, telepathically maxing, while battling a war tragedy. You're intrigued by a simple crystal gearing differential. Plus my heightened senses and weightlessness, dimensionalist, fructose like a can on sun-kissed dies. More than corn syrup on your pork bun. 2001, I made my escape on zeros and ones. Riding infuriating cyclops, triceratops. The style is like male synchronized swimming. The jungle is tactical insertion. I got Hannibal troops for certain around you straight closed in the iron curtains.
There we are.
That shit was incredible. I've never heard that before, man. Oh my, that was
Big
old,
yeah.
old Tribe Called Quest vibe, man.
Yeah, he was one of the founding members of the legendary group Company Flow.
Never heard of them either.
Yeah, Company Flow. Yeah.
Somebody in the chat, Ronan's Journey, I think, was asking about where they could get a hold of me.
Yeah,
I'm working on it right now. Like, let me get back to you on that. I'm trying to set up a channel of my own and stuff like that.
For sure. Hell yeah. Yeah. You know I'm gonna be a guest on your channel for sure, brother. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure this all out. I don't know. I haven't really decided what I want to build it around because my life is kind of going through a transition. Like, I'm just sitting around and playing video games right now because I'm trying to waste a bunch of time until some.
That's a great way to start. Find a way to hook up your screen to the chat.
That's what I was thinking.
Just Frank is doing that right now, where he plays video games and chats with people, live chat. You know,
that's not a bad idea. I was thinking no way to eat this yet, but you're right. That's not a bad idea.
But I'm not going to be doing this. I'm going to be moving and going out and having a different and being more active. And then I thought,
wait. All right. All right,
That
see, so that was my first thought. I was going to give Machine Lies the benefit of the doubt, but my first thought is, no, you should not be playing video games. Then, if you're the type that thinks I'm just sitting here doing a video game to waste time, yeah, you need to find something to start doing today, every day.
Oh,
You know,
I've got it taken care of. I was talking to my lawyer like 2 days ago. I need to wait for certain things to come to fruition.
see, you understand the cat who says that when I'm just waiting for this to happen, then I'll move. Nothing ever happens for that cat.
No. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I'm held in the place that I'm at right now.
That's not
by
no
certain
such
things.
thing. No, that's nonsense. I hate that philosophy. Grr.
No,
Not
I
true.
literally am. And I just need to wait until that shit is over with, and then I can move on. But right now,
I
I've
don't
got
think that's a
everything.
thing.
Trust me, bro. I already got my car loaded. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? I'm just,
Yeah, all right. You know, I don't know you. I don't know you, so and so. But that argument, every time someone tells me, as soon as this happened, I'm just waiting on that one thing. They never move.
Yep, and that's kind of the problem with waiting for shit. It's and that's the problem with just futurism in general. You know, faith in the future in general, or faith
Oh,
in progress. You know,
dope.
people put faith in.
Futurism. It's
Yeah,
dangerous.
yeah, exactly. You know,
Dope.
progress is really the belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today, and what that's a false assumption. You know, how could that? You know, there's much more evidence that things are getting worse. You know,
And it's, if the internet is any indication, yeah.
yeah, movement is killing us. Staying still is killing us. There's no way out. You know, you gotta break some eggs to make a fucking omelet. You know,
yeah. I'm just trying to adapt to the situation that I'm in right now. I just gotta bide my time and take care of certain things.
Be
I'm
proactive.
talking to lawyers and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
getting everything taken care of. And then I have a date that's written in stone in the future, and I'm not just waiting for some random event to happen that's
It
could possibly
sounds
never
it
happen.
sounds like you got all your eggs in one basket. While you're waiting on that, I hope you got a few other plans and coals in the fire here. And if you do, you're probably not sitting playing a video game thing all day. Not if it ain't making you no money.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And in fact, I wouldn't even try to. If I would do the video game thing, it's not even. It's going to be like short videos, not like streaming all day. Because frankly, where I'm at, I'm in a rural kind of country
Wait,
town.
that
My
changes it. If
internet
you
is
can
not
make
that good.
money out of it, perhaps I'm wrong. If you can make money out of it, now it's justified again.
Right. I get that. And that's
Okay.
kind of what I need to do right now because I'm in a small town America where I don't have a lot of work options. And
Yes.
also my internet's not that great out here in the
What is
bushes.
your plan then? What is your plan? I'm pretty good about this internet shit, and I love to be hard truth
So
on
I
people. What
wanted
is
to
your
kind
plan?
of start off doing like a small video game channel where I just play like little 5-minute rounds or whatever. There's a couple of games
At
I'm
least
really
20.
good.
It got to be at least 20 minutes. You can't do 5 minutes. No, I mean this is a
Well,
short or something. You got to
I'm
do
talking
20
about the
minutes.
game. The game portion of it would be like 5 minutes, and then maybe like another few minutes of commentary, but nothing too long because I want people to be able to watch it and all the
Are you
ADD
gaming
people.
yourselves, or are you just doing commentary or both?
I'm gaming and doing commentary on the game while I'm playing the game.
It's got to be at least 20 minutes. You got to let us get to see what it is. We need more than 5 minutes if that's what you're doing, in my opinion.
Right. But eventually, I'm not going to be here anymore. I'm moving back into a city and going back to school. I'm going to go hang out with some Christian scholars and go back to school and work a job. And so I'm going to, in a good 3-4 months time, I'm going to have my plate full. You probably won't see me around here that much. Okay.
But again, I'm the type, and I don't know you, and I know I'm stereotyping here. The guy who is saying, I'm just waiting on this when I get my computer. All I need to do this as soon as I get that money. That guy, he's telling that same shit
Let
6
me be
months
a
from
little
now,
bit more
generally
specific.
speaking.
Let me be a little bit more specific. I'm just waiting to be off probation. so that I
Well, I
can
knew
leave where
that
I'm
you
at.
that could have went unsaid. Yes, there's other shit you
Okay.
could be doing.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that is the date that is written in stone in the future. And then once
yeah,
I'm not being held in one place,
yes.
I can go on with my life.
Yes, no. You're gonna move physically, which is your plan, but I'm not sure about your mental. You're gonna be the guy who suddenly makes moves. Shit, I'm not sure that's the thing. I think you're saying, I think you're saying. I don't mean to be harsh here. That I'm doing nothing now because I'm waiting to move to a different location. And I think the guy who is doing nothing now, while he's waiting to move, get off probation to make his move, will get there and be the same type of person. I'll give you, for instance, the guy who really is making a move when he gets off probation, the guy who I believe he's doing and planning 6 other things because he's really ready. He knows I'm getting this and that in line for when I make this move. He is not
But see,
jagging off time.
Here's the thing. I didn't even want to tell you about me being on probation.
I
All
knew,
of that
nigga.
you're
I knew
talking
for
about,
fucking
all
five
of that
minutes
you're
ago when the
talking about, I'm
conversation
not
started. I
telling you my
assumed that
business,
you didn't
bro.
have to say that.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, see, I didn't even want to tell you that, but all the other stuff, all the other 6 things you're talking about, I'm not telling people my business. I already got the car.
Okay, you got. Oh shit, you
I already
dropped.
know everything is going to take place. Don't worry.
All right.
I got it under control.
I just want to say, hey, everybody, and shout out to Machine Lies in his brand new shirt. It's nice to see them, man, in a not black shirt.
Oh, that's what you said. Okay.
No, for real, that's a good shirt, though.
Yes,
Thank you. It's more like a sweater, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
It's like remind me
It's
of a hoodie.
It's actually not even probation, but yeah.
And I'm
Anyway,
a hoodie guy. I like hoodies and shit like that.
Yeah, no worries, Cecil. It's just that like like he's just trying to say like from a viewpoint of experience because like like obviously I've been on probation and then some shit happens and you think you're gonna get off probation and you're not getting off probation. Or anything could happen.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, so you gotta mind your P's and Q's now is just what everybody
Yeah. I know.
I was on probation when I started this cop watch shit. I was still going out there hitting the streets. I wasn't even pulling the camera out. I was going up to cop stops. And I said I was going to wait to be on probation, off probation. But to be honest, I filmed a couple times right before I got off at the end. But I was proactive because I knew I was going to do a thing when I got off, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so I'm just doing video game videos, guys. I'm not doing any
Well, let's do it well, and I'm good at
Yeah,
that
I'm
too.
just
I'm a
gonna
gamer,
mind my P's
Joe.
and Q's and
Let me
point my
ask you
finger
this.
at my screen right here, and
Let me
I'm
let me
just doing the video game thing right
let
now.
me ask you this, because I do the video game shit. In fact, what's your genre? What do you like? Please tell me it's a first person shooter.
I mean, I don't discriminate. I'm the
Really?
same way with
What's
music.
your
I don't really
favorite? Fuck that.
discriminate.
What's your favorite? Fuck that. What's your favorite?
Well, you got so many crossovers now. You know,
What is it? Massive online? Is it
no,
Fortnite shooters?
no. I don't do anything online because, like I said, I live in a
Okay.
super rural area,
Okay.
and therefore,
Horror. What is your thing?
it's strategy.
Strategy, the card, first person shooter, strategy, first person.
Okay, but here's the deal:
Yeah.
first person shooter strategy.
Okay, like what? Give me examples.
That's why Fallout 4 is so attractive.
Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov. That is exactly strategy, first person shooter. Is that what you're talking about? Something like Escape from Tarkov? You don't know that game. Give me an example of a game you're talking about. Resident Evil.
The Resident Evils were a little bit too basic for
Right,
me.
man. Okay.
Isn't that like an RPG or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where it's going. Yeah.
Resident Evil was like a zombie shooter, but they're really like low production in my opinion. They're not.
I love Resident Evil. You're stabbing me, but what do you like?
I mean, I like the movies. The movies were straight up prophetic, but the video games not so much.
They were, yeah, but I'm still
Fallout
not
4
sure what.
is probably a good example of like
What'd you say?
first-person shooter base builder, strategy.
What
You
for?
got
Your
the
mic went out. I didn't hear what game you said.
Fallout 4.
Oh,
Fallout 4. I've
Fallout.
been playing
Fallout. Yes,
Fallout
yes, yes,
since,
yes.
you know, I've been playing Fallout since like 1997
Very
when
good.
it first came out.
All
You
right.
know, but Fallout 4 is probably the highest uh, evolution of all these crossover games, as all these crossover genres, rather, as far as like strategy, base building, first person shooter.
Shooters. I hear where you were going
Yeah.
with it.
Well, I mean, I'm playing a simple game right now that's just a two-dimensional strategy game that, you know, is I don't know if you guys could see that.
Starship something.
Do you see
Theory?
that? Starship Theory.
I don't know that game.
Okay, so it's basically what a lot of people call it is like RimWorld in space. I also like playing RimWorld. It's kind of like very customizable. I'm actually playing a version of RimWorld right now where
That's PC.
yeah, PC. I don't really like doing consoles. It's easier. PC games are very moddable. So
Listen, I think there's money in this genre you're talking about. Is not oversaturated if you do it right. I think you can
right.
pull it off. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually playing a game that has a scenario editor on it where RimWorld's a very popular game. You basically crash land on an alien planet and have to like survive, like kind of like Robinson Crusoe type, you know, away on an island.
Yes,
but I'm playing a version of it right now where certain key figures from World War II crash land on this planet, and the aliens there like teach them psychic powers.
That's the shit I would love.
You know what I mean? And like, and they rebuild, you know, society over there and stuff like that.
All right, so you get some control. I'm picturing it in my head already. Sounds like it's
open ended or
okay. Yeah, it's very good. Open world environment.
Yeah.
And all of those games also seem to have you can change the outcome, meaning you could choose this character as opposed to that type of character to join you on your mission, and you'll have different missions and shit. It seems like it would be open in that fashion too.
But I mean, phone games, as far as playing, like, just I've been playing these gaming apps lately.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't made a whole bunch of money, but like I said, I haven't really been working. I probably made about $150 in the last 3 months playing gaming apps
on the phone, on the cell phone,
on the phone. Yes,
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, you can get these different gaming apps, and they try to you get paid to watch ads, and they try to like.
Oh, you out of your fucking mind! I've seen that shit. I've deemed it worthless and unworthy, bro.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes.
Here's the thing. If you don't have any other source of income,
okay, guys, I'm gonna have to go back to the topic mainly because
I appreciate you being
my
that patient,
wife's
Mr.
here.
Lives.
Oh my god, you know.
Sorry.
Hey, how you doing, kiddo? I'd appreciate if you call me or try to, you know, give me some type of holler. I mean, I don't know why you're not calling me. You know, it's really making me sad. You know, so I don't know if you know, you get my messages or, you know, you plan on talking to me in the future, but it's really, you know, depressing, you know, the way you're not calling me, you know, Joe Cool. I don't know, man. You know, you know, Cecil, thank you for being here for me. You know, I mean, Joe Cool and Cecil are here for me at least. You know what I mean?
Right. Somebody loves you.
At least somebody loves me, man. You know what I mean? Yo.
For sure.
Yeah, homie. Thanks for being here with me.
Yes, of course.
At least somebody gets to figure. But yeah, man. I don't know why you're not always in the chat. You know, I don't know why you're not always in the chat. Why you're not blowing up my phone? Why you're not trying to get in contact with me? I just don't understand.
It don't seem like she loves you anymore, bro.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it don't seem like she loves me anymore. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
So I don't know if you know, you're being patient with the video game shit. Maybe that was just specialty.
Don't make me ban you from the chat.
Yo,
don't be a bitch ass motherfucker, Hank. You know, right? Yeah, you do love me, but you know, you know, you need to call me if you love me, it's time to call me. You know what I mean, you know, but yeah, You know what I mean?
I want to see a picture of this chick
It's
now,
hey,
bro.
dude.
I'm not
It's
trying to drag my audience through that whole thing. So
Right,
why don't you contact me personally instead of
Yes.
contacting me in a live chat while I'm trying to do my show?
Yes,
Thank
why
you.
would you hurt us all like that?
Yeah,
Whatever your
exactly.
name is.
It's
Yeah,
hard
exactly.
enough. It's hard enough being a smart motherfucker out here, you know.
Yeah, it's hard enough being a smart motherfucker, being alone, and then having to, you know what I mean?
Well, if it was easy, everyone could do it, you know.
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
yeah, you know, I'm going back to the topic here. You know, I was going through this, you know,
Oh
9.
yes, I forgot where we. Yes, I totally
Oh
forgot.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, because you missed the whole first part, and also I don't know if you caught that Wednesday show.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so
If
on the
I'm here,
Wednesday show,
I'm gonna make my presence known, or I'll be on panel.
okay,
You'll know if I was here.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so much time to work and not enough time to call your husband. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Go work for yourself then. You know, I don't give a fuck. I mean,
Where are your priorities, woman?
I'm gonna work for my shit too. Yeah, where are your priorities exactly? You know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is. You know, people are gonna do for themselves. You know, no time for me. I get it. You know, hey.
Of some concern that Christian conservatives should not take the bait during any escalating provocations in Pride. Now, why would I think they're escalating provocations?
Even though I spent all that time going to all those mental hospitals, going to all those counseling meetings, fucking going to all that shit,
You're putting all that at risk, girl.
coming back. Come on, guys. I mean,
putting
come on,
all of
guys.
that at risk.
But
All that
nobody has
progress
time
he's
for
made.
me. Nobody has time for me. All right, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
Using my eyes. Well, it's literally, if we go to Beautiful Trouble, which is the updated version for the modern era of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, which is published for free at beautifultrouble.org. If we go there, we can see escalating provocations is literally one of their tactics so that it can.
Okay, so this guy says using escalating provocations from Saul Alinsky Rules of Radicals.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know what Saul Alinsky Rules of Radicals is, but you know, first of all, Obama worked for Saul Alinsky as a community organizer in Chicago, right? And Saul Alinsky also made many inroads with the liberals, especially with like Hillary Clinton and stuff. I think she wrote her PhD dissertation.
I think Machine Lies. I think I can ascertain from what you said so far that you're totally against the rules of radicals. At least I don't know Saul as a person, if you're saying, but the rules of radicals, I would judge it. Some I would say were absolutely useful and normal, and others I was like, this motherfucker's crazy.
Yeah,
Alinsky is who all these communists like worship.
Communism on its own, it doesn't scare me. It would have its own good and bad. Like capitalism is just like everything else.
Or socialism, whatever it's right. But am I wrong, Tim?
Socialism, yes.
Yeah, he kind of created the concept of social justice. You know, they say social justice warriors.
Yeah.
Yes. Social
ADL,
justice.
yeah,
That's
ADL. Kind of thing of showing up to events and kind of trolling people. You know,
making shit happen.
Yeah, kind of making shit up or pushing.
No, I say making shit happen is what I say. Make something happen.
Yeah, make something happen through kind of a trivial or false kind of claim and try to provoke stuff because
can we read them? Can you bring them up quick?
Yeah.
They got about 12 of them or something on a list somewhere.
Radicals is basically like the Antifa handbook.
Can you do the same thing? Can you do the same thing but do it with truth though? Like that's what I'm thinking.
Yes, I'm sure the KKK has some good shit in there somewhere, and everybody would say they're evil.
That's everyone's theory. I mean, that's Saul Alinsky's theory too. We're trolling people with truth. You know, that's kind of his thing. You know, but
Russian Jewish immigrant
with truth. Oh, I thought you said it was like a provocateuring thing, but it was based with like not getting to a point or something, like to a real point, like almost like a chaos agent.
Insincere.
A pragmatic primer.
They got. I can rethink. Rule number one. Blah blah blah. Rule is this it? Yeah, yeah. The rules. Go back. That was it. I just saw it
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. Power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Okay,
See, like in itself, there's no issue there, right?
well,
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
you know, well, it's just coming from Machiavelli's Prince.
I don't
Especially.
care where it comes from. That principle right there, alone, on its standing on its own, without all the baggage, isn't necessarily wrong or bad. Power is something to think about. Power is not only what you have, because you recognize that, but it's what your enemies think you have. I understand that as a cop watch. I am not nearly as powerful as them niggas think I am. That's logical and it's reasonable.
Yeah, it's logical and it's reasonable, but ultimately it goes down to this is that you don't want to let the opponent, right, see your true power level. You get what I'm
Agreed.
saying?
Agreed. It doesn't
That's kind of a
change
different.
what I
You
said
don't
though.
you don't show people your weapons, or what you have in your arsenal.
I'm not
That's
thinking
a
that it
little
suggests
different
you
than
do.
projecting a false sense of power. That could be dangerous. Projecting a
Yes.
false sense of power when you don't actually have it. That could be dangerous when somebody checks you on that shit.
I
And
agree, but I
notices that
don't
you put
think
up a
that is what
facade.
I don't think that what is, number one there is entailing. I don't think it inherent in there is that you must project a false sense of power. It is
No, it
saying recognize your power and recognize the enemy sees you in a different way with the power that they may see you another way.
and also like omission. Like I think that's talking more about just not showing your not sitting at the poker table with your cards, so everyone can see them. I think that's kind of what that means. But Joe, you just made a point where any truth can be perverted, and that's how.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Let's go on because I remember thinking something was crazy my damn self. Or maybe when I was reading a book or something, I was thinking, yeah, some of this shit's insane.
Never go outside the expertise of your people. That seems simple enough, but who are your people, quote unquote? Whenever possible, go outside the expertise of the enemy. That's just know your enemy. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make the enemy live up to its own
Rules. I do that as a cop watcher every day, right?
That's kind of yeah, but that's a kind of a sticky situation, and that's a kind of a very liberal tactic, is calling people on the type of rules that they use, even though you don't live by those particular
I
rules.
would agree with both of those assessments. Even
Yeah.
if I think it's wrong, I will say, doesn't this law tell you have to do this and that? I don't even have to agree with the law, but I will use it against them. Doesn't Mims versus Pennsylvania? That's a dumb ruling to me, but I use it against them. And Mims versus Pennsylvania says I don't have to get out the car unless you consider me a threat. I'll use it against them.
Yeah, because there's a lot of self-victimization and self-hatred that also comes through self-hatred in liberal thinking in general. So just if and that comes from a increased sense of individualism. The need for collectivism is in a sense related to the need for individualism, because because one causes you to feel inferior, and the other alienated, and the other solves that problem for you. So in a sense, Alinsky is
Interesting.
thriving on that, sort of dichotomy between individualism and collectivism, and also freedom and equality. Freedom means that everybody gets to do whatever they want, but equality
Right.
means we all have to do it the same way. So which one
In some way.
there's a tension between freedom and equality, as Tocqueville pointed out, and it goes to the crux of this problem: individualism, collectivism. But yeah. Ridicule is a man's most potent weapon. Ridicule. That seems flat.
Right.
I like it.
I don't
ridicule.
know.
I don't know. That seems a little like ridicule. That seems
Yeah, why
there
don't I
is
try to
no
avoid that one?
there is no defense. It is
For
almost impossible to counterattack ridicule. Also, it infuriates the opposition, who then react to your advantage.
I don't know, man. I don't
So
know.
so he's describing trolling people, and
Yes,
that's one of their key tactics that we're gonna go over in a second here is that the opponent's reaction is the action that you're looking for. You know what I mean?
that's why I said when you earlier they go in there to make something happen. They're gonna try and get a reaction, and then
it's a way
that's
to
how they build.
sorry.
Go ahead. No, no.
It's a way to force a passive, uh, essentially an
I,
inaction.
yeah, it looks like an inaction and shit, but you're really the aggressor.
A good tactic is one your people enjoy.
This nigga's getting more Machiavellian the more this shit go on, but he may be some truth to that one.
But it's about this kind of notion of creating an echo chamber, using ridicule within that echo chamber, and type of thing. But yeah, they would go to like these meetings. They would say like, like they would go to public events and start screaming shit, like disgusting shit. So like yeah, like Saul Alinsky would do like little petty shit like that. Like just going and bringing a bunch of people and just screaming obscenities at people.
There's a way to do it respectfully. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, I forgot what they called it. I forgot what they called it, but they would go there and provoke. Oh, good, provoke may be all right. Let me just shut the fuck up and get my head. They have a name for it. Where they go against it. Like for instance, they make it if it's an unjust law, they all break the law. That type of shit. They may,
like passive disobedience.
yeah,
I
something
know what
like
you're
that.
talking
Yes, it
about.
is along
Yeah,
those lines. Yes, yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
There's a
It is
name for
along
it.
those
I
lines.
know when you
Yes,
said Gandhi, I was like, "There's a
yes,
yeah, it's a famous name for that tactic." I
yes.
just remember it.
Peaceful protest.
No, disobedience, I think, is in
I
there.
know.
Yeah, it's not
Uh,
peaceful. Damn.
girl, it's not coming to me only because I'm smoking. Normally, I know that shit off the top of my fucking head.
Like
But
willful disobedience or something
yeah,
along those lines.
yes, and it means that you must provoke a reaction, and I hate to use the word provoke because it's the connotations, but you must make a reaction. They go knowing they're going to get a reaction,
It's like playing a role in a way. It's not authentic.
but it's sincere. It's sincere though.
Oh,
It
they are
must
sincere.
be sincere. They are sincere. For instance, an unjust law is no law at all. They both were fans of that. So if they made some law that was unjust, they would break it en masse. You could think of a bunch for Martin Luther King with the protests or whatever, sit-ins, whatever they were doing.
I mean,
And Gandhi famously did one with the water. He walked and went and made salt because they made a law where the people couldn't make salt, so they couldn't make no money.
civil disobedience is basically like the American revolutionaries, if you will, term.
I
But what
agree.
Gandhi was saying, it was something. Technically, it's civil disobedience.
Yes,
Like you're
yes. And you
protesting,
said
but
that civil disobedience to me, they are the American patriot, blah, blah, blah. So I
right,
agree with you so far.
right. Like you
Yeah,
have the right to civil disobedience in
yeah,
protest of something the government's doing. But what
yeah.
Gandhi said, it was something different though, and it was
Yes.
famous
All
for what
right,
he
all
said.
right. I'm gonna get it. I'll get it. If I
Noble disobedience.
was it noble. No, I'm gonna come. Just move on. Otherwise, if I'm thinking of it, it's not gonna come. But I don't think I'm guessing it. It's gonna pop in my head because the kid. All right, girl. All right, go ahead to something else, man. Continue on. I don't want to be stuck trying to think of
Well,
that
the
word.
rest of these are a little bit, I'm reading through the rest of these. The rest
Yeah,
of these,
what do you get? What sticks out
I'm
to
not
you?
getting much
Anything
out of it.
good?
A tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag, but then keep the pressure on. I mean, those two kind of sound opposite. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The
The
threat is
sucker
usually
cost theory of a sucker
the
cost
threat.
fallacy.
Yeah, this one's related to number one. The threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself.
I would agree with that.
That's like power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you
I
have.
would
It's
agree with that.
the
That's the
same
way that people do online. They talk for forever. We're gonna expose so and so. We're coming up. They understand that the fear of that thing is just as much as revealing the thing. So
Yeah, that's right. The major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a consistent pressure upon the opposition.
What's her name had a theory.
What I hear in that is creating false boundaries, like creating these boundaries that people want to, advance towards, but like they don't mean shit.
Oh shit!
Like have them like they're actually not even fighting you at that point. They're just fighting some idea that they think.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm lost.
No. I wish you would express this better. I got a feeling it's more my fault because I had a thought that Judge Judy had not Judge Judy, Judge Millian. She had a theory that I make it worse for him than me. If my repairman or my mechanic has my car, my repair, I call them so much that it makes it more uncomfortable for them to meet. So I had my own thought in my head, so I probably didn't catch your connection. So it's more likely that I didn't catch what you were saying.
It's a form of setting some like.
What's a form? What are we talking about? What was Machine last talking about? I don't remember where we were no more.
We were. I can't read the screen, but what was that last?
Oh yeah. What were you just reading?
Major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition.
Yeah. So if you want a constant pressure, but you don't want to be there, you just create a false boundary that people gravitate towards. That way, they're like truth is only going to be like everything's being assimilated. You just want to make them assimilate to a lesser degree.
Yes. In a way, this is a little different, but in a way, it's the way they did with the slaves. While they were trying to physically keep them in, some guy comes along and said, you create shit where they'll put the boundaries up themselves. You build enmity against them. You pit light against darker, tall against short, man against woman. They came up with all these mental tactics where they would keep themselves trapped more than you would have to keep them trapped.
And think about this too, like all the Disney movies, right? Like some people say, I like this one, or I don't like that one. It's like at the end, it's all Disney. Like you're not even looking at the picture. Like.
Yes, right. At least
he's saying the same thing as the Yuri Bezmenov fellow is saying, but he's saying that this is what's being used. This is what should be used, and Yuri Bezmenov is saying this is what's going to be used against you. So it's just ironic that
I don't even know that guy. I don't know who Yuri is.
Yeah, it's like he talks about like political subversion and like people like like he basically explains how these rules or whatever have been weaponized against people, like how liberalism has been weaponized, the counterculture has been weaponized, to make people soft, egoic, all of these types of things, individualists, all of that type of the dangers of leftism that's been seen, since.
I'm sorry. I'm always wondering. The conversation always seems to come up with left so much, but I agree with every fucking argument, blah blah blah. But I hear so few arguments against the right. I'm wondering.
That's what I'm trying to do here. But the
problem, am I crazy or something nowadays?
But the problem is that the right today is kind of a fake left, movement, because
of course.
Because see, that's the problem with progress, is that everything is shifting left because left is the progressive one. Right. So the thing is that as we break down boundaries and cultures and we form international trade and we form a monoculture through science and technology and we form this world system, the thing that moves forward is liberalism. It's not traditions. It's not
of course.
So then the problem is that the conservatives, they want to support science and technology, but they don't understand that it's the same thing that they're promoting that's breaking down their traditions.
Exactly. That's science and technology is progress, which is anti-traditional. Man.
Yeah, so that is the main issue. So that goes to the crux of the issue, is that the conservatives of today's age, they're only conservative in name. They're not conserving anything. You know, so
Yes, yes.
so,
There's not in any helpful way, right? Not in,
yeah, yes,
I don't get the guy who says, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong with this, but I don't get the guy who says rock music is too dangerous, blah blah. You can't listen to a rap music. No, because my mama, we didn't do that. I don't know, they got an argument and shit, but you can't stop progress. It's just gonna fucking happen.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting because they're creating a counterculture on the right. That's the
Of
new move, you know. So they're creating trad culture with the Nick
course.
Fuentes type of kid and all that type of thing, and you got these kind of people running around and saying that, you know, we want you know, this type of society, you know, of traditional Western and that's another thing of Christian nationalism. It's sandwiched between the ANCAP philosophy on the one side, the libertarian philosophy on the one side, you know, that doesn't want you know, government, and it's also sandwiched in between the white nationalist philosophy on the other side that says
Damn.
no, no, the thing we really need to preserve is European culture, not Christianity. If we preserve Christianity, we're only preserving Middle Eastern values. You
That's
know, you know, we're preserving Jewish values. We're not preserving European values
or
that
you
come
could
from.
even say
Yeah,
African values. You know, a lot of
yeah,
that shit began over there.
yeah. We talked to Adam Green, who thinks that we haven't talked to an Egyptologist, but yeah, the Egyptologists that make the same argument. They say if we follow Christianity, we're following Jewish and European value systems. You know, when we need to follow something that's predates that,
Right.
some type of thing where we were in power. You know, so the white nationalists claim the same thing. It's because of the guy Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah.
You know, and these guys, they followed British Israelism. You know, they were Freemasons and so on and so forth. You
Yeah.
know, this guy
It,
yeah.
it's funny because there's a lot of white nationalists, quote unquote, that normal Christians consider to be pagans.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
How,
Because
and
they're not trying to be a part of a Christian power
yeah,
structure.
I think you're right too. There will be more radical. When you think of white nationalists, you think of motherfuckers who's trying to keep the nation pure, blah blah blah. But you know, there's a lot of I don't know what you call them, rock and roll white nationalists that you know
Well, there's
don't.
three things. There's three things there. There's A, liberal institutions. B, you know, Christian values, and C, European culture, and they all seem to have you know, corresponded with
And when
each
you're
other.
saying European culture, now you said it twice. I want to. What are you talking about? European culture?
I'm talking about after Rome, everything that happened when Rome fell and the church took over in Europe, you know, and then
Okay.
unified the European tribes, meaning that
Right.
they created France, they created Germany, and they created Britain.
I was
Especially,
thinking European culture, but I guess I was thinking more in simpler terms, like the culture. Like if I say Puerto Rican culture, I think of some pops in my head, the food or some Mexican culture. I was thinking
yeah,
European.
that's
I was
right.
thinking Italian culture, French culture.
Yeah, that's right. That's
All right.
right. So,
Okay.
it would be the creation of Italy, the creation of France, the creation of Germany, and the creation of Britain. You know, and that roughly happened you know, from, you know, 500 AD to you know, 1500 you know, AD, you know, in
You know,
Europe.
I don't know about the creation of any of them. I'm just realizing I'm woefully inadequate there. I know nothing about the creation of these. I would have assumptions. All of them would have been behind some war, blah blah blah. But
Here's what happened. You know, in Rome, they were fighting the Germanic tribes. You know, this is just history, right? So they're
mm,
fighting the Germanic tribes in the Roman Empire. They were like the barbarians of Rome, right?
uh,
So these Germanic tribes, these were basically on the outskirts of Rome. When Rome fell, they came to accept Christianity. Now they were different tribes. They were like
Yeah.
Visigoths and Gauls and Picts and
And all
Saxons.
together, yeah.
Yeah, and then Christianity brought all these people together into what we call the European nations today. So that's where they started, coming up with the concept that there's Europe, there's like white people, and that the white people and the Europe are like ordained by like God and the kings. Shit,
Yes, okay, yes, I agree.
so that's where we get like
I
British
think that's
imperialism.
that MAGA shit thing. Make America great again.
Oh yeah.
Those guys have a different concept of what I think America would be great. First of all, I need that equality shit. And when you say make again, the further you go back in the history, the worse it is for motherfuckers like me. Please don't tell me you were talking about the 50s or, I don't know. What was my role? It was not so great. But they're content with that because it was that European shit. It was more European then. That fear that they say is going around right now. White people feel like they're being taken over and oppressed and all of that shit. That's because they want America to remain white. They see America as the European shit Machine Lies is talking about. And if you take away from the European of it, it's no longer American. But they can't say it because it's now racist as fuck.
That's right. So how much is what you want to preserve? A, liberal institutions. B, European civilization, and C, Christian values, and they do seem to overlap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's that's the proposal there. And yeah. But yeah, in terms of this, yeah, these are interesting rules, you know what I mean? And the guys got good prescriptions, but see, they're being utilized on the right now. So that's the issue that we're dealing with, is how they're being utilized on the right as well.
Yeah, yes.
Directly to
Go ahead.
another one of their tactics, or actually a principle, which is your enemies or your target's reaction is your main action, which is
your enemy's reaction is your main action.
Yeah.
derived directly from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, where he used the word enemy, although they use the word
Direct
target in
action.
Beautiful
Maybe that's
Trouble.
the word I was
And
thinking, but
so-
direct action. Maybe, I don't know. Go ahead.
Right.
I read the tea leaves. I said they're obviously trying to provoke Christian conservatives. The Christian nationalism movement was on a fevered pitch at that time.
Okay, I'm gonna move to this 16 minutes here for a second, and because I'm gonna jump around here, but yeah, they got interesting shit here.
I'm gonna give you.
Oh, son of a bitch! And this is funny. What this girl says in this commercial, she says that she's got tips to help people break up with each other. So it's like, what the fuck? So they're trying to collapse ruin people's relationships with these commercials. It's crazy, man. They don't want people to stay together. It said, the little girl said, she says, "Yeah, I have ways to help you get over your breakup." It's like, why would you be promoting that to people?
It's the population control agenda.
Right.
I just realized I still can't explain Christian nationalism. I'm trying to explain what it is to my girl, and all I can come up with, people call it racist. I still don't know what it is. I guess.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, do they want to have Christianity preserve European civilization, or is it about European civilization preserving
Yes.
Christianity?
All right. Very good. You explained it better than I could.
What it
If
is.
you go ask a Christian scholar what Christian nationalism is, they're going to talk about nothing but the religion. If you go ask the mainstream media what it is, they're going to tell you it's a bunch of drunk rednecks in a church out in the bushes somewhere talking about how they should hang black people and fight racism and all this other shit. So it's like either or. You gotta understand. I agree with the Christian scholarly
trad.
person.
They're postmodern traditionalists. They carry traditional values in pastiche, in pretend, as images, as emblems that they hold up, and that they locally imbue with meaning that are not necessarily universally meaningful, whatever you want to say. What I would actually put it kind of in a more abstract but comprehensible sense, riffing off of Zygmunt Bauman, who is a kind of Marxist philosopher who claims that postmodernism is not postmodernism at all. It is what he calls liquid modernity. It is the same ethos. He would agree, by the way, Haywood and Bauman would agree that postmodernism and communism are extensions of the modern era and logical conclusions of the modern era and liberalism. So Bauman calls this liquid modernity. There's a book by that title, which is interesting and kind of wanting to stab yourself
That's
in the eyes.
dope. Liquid modernity.
But liquid modernity. So the idea with left postmodernism is it's liquefying everything. It's giving you no solid ground to stand on. What you might say is right-wing postmodernism is maybe a refactoring modernity. So their goal is to smash it into bits, not melt it into a liquid or dissolve it in the acid of deconstruction, but to smash it into pieces, utterly obliterate it, crunch it up with big hammers, and then put the pieces back together with a kind of new values-based, pastiche values-based glue, largely off of kind of muscular reinterpretations of Christian doctrine, but not necessarily so. So the idea, sometimes you have these Bronze Age characters that want to look back to the Bronze Age or whatever and claim that. So
but yeah, liquid modernity, it's kind of related to this concept of, post-human, post-geological, post-biological frame, transhuman. That's another thing, going beyond the physical, beyond the material,
liquid modernity, or whatever the word is.
Yeah, collapsing of definitions that causes an explosion of like creativity and variation and all of these types of things.
The collapse of what that causes that explosion?
Definition,
Definition. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of this type of thing.
Yes. Yes, and what do you say?
Can't you only collapse a definition if someone believes it? Like,
yes, that would be the first step. It would seem right. That would be the first step. You got to get motherfucker to believe it, to collapse it, however you said it. Yes, that's the first step.
Yeah, no fighting in the chat, everyone. I see Provo and Celia going at it. Uh-oh. It is what it is, But yeah, Celia, bless.
Politics of future past, that's just straight up a postmodern sentiment, but I'm not accusing Charles Haywood, who seems to be an extremist right-wing nut job, of being a postmodernist on the left. He is a postmodernist on the right. His goal is not to deconstruct and dissolve society. His goal is to fragment and refactor society, as we will actually hear more clearly. So I'm not putting words in his mouth, and basically to grind it into rubble and then put it back together as he would, which sounds very Fabian.
That's what Joshua Jones says too.
I'm not sure the distinction between the two. He's talking about one crumble with a hammer and the other put them in a thing and melt them. I'm not sure the distinction.
That's right. There's not much difference. It's like, but I guess fragmenting and repurposing. I guess they're saying that
that they're going to keep more of it and use it in its same form. It'll be some more different the other way, I guess.
Yeah, but still they want to essentially smash it to the ground. So
they're very similar when they say it, right? Yeah. It's fair. You're breaking it down into nothingness, whether it's liquid or powder. It's kind of the same now.
Yeah, and then the liquid modernity. So they're using modernity as a sort of a presupposition. You know what I mean? Saying that, well, there is kind of this modernity, and you just have to work with what's going on now.
I'll go for it. Yeah.
So they presume modernity, as a starting point.
I get it.
So that's interesting.
Liquid
Understand what's
modernity
on the
sounds like
Fabian.
a
So if you
freaking
don't know what the Fabian
cologne,
window
bro.
or
Like,
Fabian
He
left,
say
you should
sounds
look.
like a
Oh wait,
cologne.
what did you say, Cecil? Sorry, I played that shit.
I'm sorry, bro. I was just wanted to say, like, liquid modernity sounds like the name of like a cologne or
Liquid
a
modernity.
liquor or something.
Yeah, no.
I like it. I like it
Well,
like
not
this too. I'm saying lies. I like it as in fluid modernity. Right? Modernity is inherently fluid. It's gonna change. It's liquid. I like it in that definition too.
Liquid Mandela.
Yeah, that's right.
putting words in his mouth.
Oh, and that's another thing is that not only is there that post geological and post biological because everything's connected through wires, so you have that lack of understanding of the limitations of space, because you could have infinite amounts of information within just one bit of space, you know what I mean? So
Right.
so that creates this post geological feeling, but there's also an acceleration, as they say, that more things are coming. The future is right around the corner. There's going to be the brand new this, brand new that. They're going to
Right.
invent new
Yes.
ways
Yeah,
of
right.
living. They're going to invent, pretty soon your fucking, your ass is going to be a fucking calculator. Your fucking shoes are going to be
A
fucking
computer.
Ain't no one with
computers.
these. Ain't nobody with these sneakers on.
Yeah, your fucking hands are gonna be,
Thoughts. You won't do
radios,
nothing,
and
right? Wouldn't you
you're gonna
just
have
be a blob that don't get out of bed because your food would come to you? You'd have it in liquid form, injected. You'd think everything. You wouldn't have to touch nothing. It'd be some weird fucking
yeah, and
existence.
they say and this is not science fiction, but now actually scientists are coming out of the woodwork and claiming that these things are possible and calling it transhumanism. So the fact that they're going post-human, they're saying transhuman, like, oh, we don't need like human, like what's that? We don't necessarily need to be human. It's like, what are you saying anymore? And then so that's and then there's an acceleration of time and urban sprawl. There's a growth of cities, so that's causing an acceleration in terms of
And
time.
here's another acceleration when technology advanced to the point like it did now. You get things like a telephone or internet or fax or whatever. Then that's going to speed it up exponentially every time one of these things occur.
Yeah,
Hey, have you guys seen that commercial? I don't know, maybe you have. It was like this black girl with an English accent talking to her mom
Oh yeah,
about
I remember. No, okay.
she had the phone implanted in her hand.
what? This was on a commercial?
It
Hell
Yeah,
no.
I
sounds
saw
so
some
familiar.
commercial. It was I don't know. She was like maybe she was Pakistani or African or something,
And
but she was
also,
talking.
motherfuckers are taking pills now. They have pills that send you messages to your cell phone because they have implanted sensors inside the pills that tell you when to take the medication.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
wait, wait.
people are
Say that again so I understand.
they're gonna have medicines that
Yeah.
send sensors and like updates to your phone or when you
So
need to
it'll
take a
know
medication.
when you took your pill.
Yeah, it don't know how much of it is in your body, how much you need to regulate, all of that shit by
I
the
got to see
sensors that
that
are in the pill.
technology, Joe. I got to
This
see that
girl was
technology.
literally going
Yeah,
like this
yeah, they
and
got
had like
sensors. Yeah, yeah, they're called EMION. Electromagnetic ionized nanoparticles.
That's how it's feasible. That's what I was thinking. They'd have to come up with something that give off a certain amount of magnetic or so and so signal to a device, blah blah. And it sounds like iron and
freaking
shit would give off magnetics and blah. It's like yeah, maybe
a
it's feasible.
mic in your pinky and a freaking speaker in your thumb, and your hand is like the antenna, and you're talking on the phone like this now, literally.
It was a movie where they had that. It's embedded in your hand, and you just put your hand up against any piece of glass, or something,
See,
and it's visual. You can talk to your hand like that, but if you want the visual, you put it on any piece of glass, and it
That's
comes up.
that's not true, Celia. You do belong here, by the way. You know what I mean? So yeah, you are definitely a welcome guest here. Thank you for being here. And I mean, obviously Provo as well, Provo King, you know what I mean? it is what it is. But yeah, everybody, yeah, my chat does get a little raucous. It is what it is. 'Cause, I was here, I was here. My marriage was breaking down in here earlier, so it is what it is.
So I was in with my home drummer earlier.
It's like,
And basically to grind it into rubble and then put it back together as he would, which sounds very Fabian if you understand what's on the Fabian glass. And if you don't know what the Fabian
oh, you guys know about the Fabians?
I do not.
Oh my God, the Fabian Society, and the Theosophical Society. We don't really have time to go into it right now, but a lot of the members of the Fabian Society were theosophists. They were into population control. They were into the breakdown of families. And it was an alternative program of bringing socialism and communism through cultural and religious subversion, rather than straight up through
Dope.
the
I hear you.
economic and political system.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
Which
it's
kind of goes to show they can't force us. They have to have consent on some level,
That's dope too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't force us. They got to have some consent on some level. I've been hearing that more, and I'm agreeing with that more.
Yeah, but what does that leave you? Like Henry David Thoreau said, and I tend to agree. He said, all sort of voting is a sort of moral betting. I believe the right should prevail, but I leave it to the majority. I mean, the thing is that we got to really stand for the things we believe in, not just.
And there must be room for you to do that. You can't tell me that because the majority came up with a thing, I must adhere, because we have determined it as moral. You
Rule
gotta,
number one.
whatever this thing is, it must leave room for my moral input.
Let's say rule number one: just try not to listen to him too hard.
Yeah. Consent to the unknown. That's exactly right, heretical mystic. That's right.
Dope. Who said that?
Yeah,
Who said that?
Theosophical Society. They're not really that active, or if you go to a Theosophical Society or a Masonic temple, there's not like it's not like automatically evil or anything. You know what I mean? It's just that historically these things have had connotations. You could go to a Theosophical Society and learn a lot about different religions and stuff if you really research or do whatever. They follow perennialism and this type of stuff, but you have to take what they say with a grain of salt, because they're having all of these weird discussions, and their origin points, they're taking their own interpretations of Buddhism. For example, the Maitreya Buddha, that's a late addition into Buddhism. We're talking 11th century. Buddha was a figure that existed in 600 BC. So where the fuck did they come up with this fact that he's coming back in 1100 AD? And then the Theosophical Society is going to tell you what Buddhism is. Don't let them tell you what Buddhism is. They don't know what it is. They don't know what Buddhism is. So they just make it up. So that's the problem. They make up their own makeshift religion, and that's part of the project of religious subversion. Is that these perennialists are pretending to be traditional. And they themselves believe in universal values. They're LARPing, in other words. I mean,
That's what I was accusing Joshua of doing earlier.
Joshua has been accused of that, and we'll get to the bottom of it. And he didn't offer a good explanation of what it is, because he just said, "Well, if my program of society were to be followed through, I would be put to the fucking death." Yeah. It's like, well,
right. So
that's
then
not
you're playing a role, motherfucker. You must be.
What? It's like, so you're totally illogical.
Yes.
That thought process is transhuman.
I assume that he's trying to sell me something. When anyone leaves logic, I assume they're trying to sell me something, and I have to take my own opinion. I have to give my own opinion more weight, even over yours about yourself at that point.
It's crazy. Yeah, Pro Vote.
I heard I heard the truth can't be told; it's got to be realized.
That sounds logical.
Hank's here. He didn't. Yeah.
It was good. Hank.
Thankfully, Hank didn't hit on my wife, so we're still friends. I'm just kidding.
One of the only people who didn't hit on
Mel.
that shit.
Now he's gonna hit on me. Oh no.
Right, he came for you.
Well, that's okay. Everybody's allowed to hit on me here. I'm the
I'm
panel
the
whore.
host.
You know? Yeah, I'm the whore around here. I'm just a monkey on the stage apparently. So everybody. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I love
Resistance is futile. The Borg. Resistance is futile.
Yin glasses. You should look it up and find out all the evil things about George Bernard Shaw and all of that.
Yeah, George Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells, you know, these are some Fabian socialists and the founders of the Theosophical Society, like Alice Bailey and these types of people. They were involved in Fabian socialism as well, you know.
That's beside the point. It's funny, though, that the symbol of the Fabian Society, which is on the glass, is a wolf in sheep's clothing, given the...
He's not making that up. Their symbol is literally a wolf in sheep clothing. But yeah.
wolves of Christian nationalism, and the fact that they seem to have infiltrated as wolves in sheep's clothing the Blaze media. So, Charles Haywood, if you...
That's another thing. Blaze Media, they be running that Blaze Media thing. You know, that thing is a real, like, kind of QAnon, kind of adjacent, you know, interesting thing. I'm talking about, I think it was ran by Glenn Beck. You know, this is the Glenn Beck channel or whatever.
I remember that.
Yeah, Glenn Beck.
I was calling it the Blase.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're funding this Blaze Media type of thing, and he himself is a Mormon, you know. So we got you know, we got our Mormon friend Provo in the house, you know what I mean. But yeah, you know, possibly a connection there, you know, interesting because nominally speaking, you know, Mormons would follow Christian values. You know, and they would refer to themselves as Christians. You know, the other Christians would not refer to them as Christians.
Yeah.
You know, and the same thing with the Theosophical Society, by the way. You know, the Theosophical.
The LDS Church uses the King James Version of the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
and that's Latter-day Saints. That's different from Mormons.
It's the same thing. They rebranded a couple.
Wow, and they don't use whatever the John Smith book
no,
is.
they use the
Book
Book
of
of Mormon
Mormons
too, but
okay,
they also use the King James Version of the Bible.
Right.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints. They have an interesting religion, very fascinating text where they talk about the America, especially the country of America. The founding of the country of America is a central theme within their religion. You know, so that is a fascinating aspect to it. If there was ever a religion that actually talked about the founding of America itself being an act of revelation or something like that, you know, then it would be Mormonism, you know. So
well, it had to be modern as fuck. You know, most of them are too old to include America at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mormonism always. I thought I heard them said, I read something where they said, hold on one second, where it said Jesus was here in America. They had some writings about that in their book, I heard. That Jesus was here in America. You cats, I don't know nothing about it. I was about to ask you, cats.
Damn.
Yeah, I think that was in the
I'm
Mormon
not sure
book.
about that. I had to double check. But yeah, I'm supposed to be reading this book as far as my Unitarian Universalist Church's book club. I don't know the significance of it yet because I just got it yesterday.
Okay. Wait. You didn't get it for no reason unless it was a gift. Yeah, you had some idea.
I'm renting it. It's part of the Unitarian Universalist book club. I do not know the significance of it yet because I just got it yesterday.
That's another thing with John Adams, you know, Thomas Jefferson, you know, Benjamin Franklin. These guys were not Christians.
I was looking into that. I assumed they all were, and apparently they all were not. I'm not sure
Yeah,
if they
they were
really
not.
were not, if they were some form of Christian, I'm not
Yeah,
sure if they
there's
just.
no way. There's no
There's
way
no
they could
way.
be by
Okay,
modern standards that their views would be considered
I'm
Christian.
okay with that. All right.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson doesn't believe in miracles, and he also doesn't believe in the flood myth. He goes so far as to find geological records of soil and stuff to try to disprove it.
Disprove the myth.
Benjamin Franklin is part of the Hellfire Club and Freemason, and basically atheist, and then John Adams is a deist, so really they don't even follow any of the, so the founders, so to speak, the founding, fathers, really, that's what they call them. They call them the founding fathers. They were not
Yes.
Christians, but
Wait,
the
wait,
other
wait, wait,
guys,
wait, 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 wait. Let's not say none of them were, right? Because most of
well,
them would have been Christian and in a Christian world, right? It's Christian still would have been dominant there, and most of them would have read their Bible and went to church every fucking Sunday.
that's the thing, is like Benjamin Franklin, you know, I don't think he went to church. I don't think these guys went to church. So I think it was that bad that in the 1600s.
Well, what they? What I mean, surely it was like being.
They went to university instead.
But I'm sure. I don't know. I just looked that up recently, and it said I don't know, maybe 4 or 6. I hope I'm not wrong. It just named a few that were not Christians, and I don't know if I assumed that all the rest were Christians just because those few were not. But I'm sure. If I'm not too high, I'll Google that shit later. You're not saying you don't think any of the founder fathers were Christian. You're not saying that, are you?
No.
Yeah, all right.
But
I think Christian would have been prevalent at the time. It would have had to be prevalent at the
John
time.
Jay
It was super
was
early.
Christian, I think. So
but what
someone
did any of their Christianity have to do? And even in terms of John Winthrop, when we get to John Winthrop,
Hold on, we're idiots. The whole Constitution is written in Christianity. It's all based in Christianity. So yes, of course, yes. The whole founding father said it's belief in God in the sense of Christianity, in my opinion.
Well, in some sense,
it's not the Christian. It's not the Christian God, anyways.
Yeah, it was pretty much the God, the Christian God.
Yeah, their interpretation of
They called it nature. That's
it was
what
all about. In fact, I'm sure they put in there God
exactly.
and
It's
put in
nature's
us
God.
this
Yeah, they
and that.
specifically put nature's God.
Yeah. Not Yahweh, nature's God.
Yeah, nature's God. Yeah. So that is a kind of Spinozistic and deistic kind of concept. Not really akin to, because otherwise it would have just said Jesus. You know what I mean?
No, I think it said God a million times. I'm sure. I don't know. But
no, it doesn't say it a
it
million
says,
times.
There's a lot of
but
different
I sure says God more than that one time. If it says nature's God, I'm sure the rest of the time it says God has put in us to the right to this. It is inherent unto God. We believe God has endowed us. I'm sure it says God a lot more, which would lead you to believe Christian God.
No, because the Christian God didn't give those rights.
I'm not arguing whether he didn't. I'm saying that's evidence that they believed in a Christian God because they're using the word. They wouldn't say Allah or something. They say God, and that was a Christian word. This next
Allah
thing.
just means God, so that's not specific enough. It just
But it's enough to give you a direct. Or someone says Allah, it give you an idea what religion they are. Yeah. If someone says God.
It just means they're speaking Arabic. It's not good.
No, really. If someone says Allah, you wouldn't think of a specific religion.
It's not enough information for me.
Well, I think you're just being stubborn right now, Hank. You couldn't have survived this long. He said, of course, you couldn't have survived this long without mentioning that. That's like a motherfucker say Jesus. I say, I think Christianity, and you want to argue the point. It doesn't mean that because there was not really a J in the early language, just for the sake of arguing.
Well, I'm still here. And I outlasted Officer Snaps and then Slavery College, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
You're fighting the wrong enemies.
Yeah, I wasn't even here for that battle.
You've always my enemy.
That Paul Selinsky shit, you should have been here. I mean, Saul Alinsky.
I was here. I just wasn't on the.
Okay.
I just wasn't on cam because I was not in my studio.
There's some ways to fight your enemy. That motherfucker is like Machiavellian as fuck.
Yeah, I think I have a print book. Let me go get it.
Good Lord. My wife and God are in the chat. I mean, this
Oh
is
my
wild.
goodness.
This is
Wow.
a
What
weird
a day
day.
you're having, bro.
I know, crazy day, honestly. Yeah, it is what
God is indeed in chat. Many deeds are done in my name.
See, I have the book.
Maximum leader of the Worthy House of the magazine. This, I give him all the credit one possibly could. He does mention explicitly on Tucker Carlson, his episode with Tucker Carlson today. He also says, at least on Twitter, that it's a sort of self-effacing joke that in his previous jobs, he jokingly called himself Maximum Leader, and he's carried the title over. He does look in his picture like an affable guy. He seems in his interview with Tucker to be a fairly funny man, so I will give him credit that he calls himself Maximum Leader, not because he's the obvious cult leader that he is, but because he thinks it's funny that is consistent with the postmodernist part. I'm gonna
that's cringe, but he's right. He's right that it's still postmodernist move is jokingly referring to yourself as maximal leader. Yeah, that's postmodernist. That's Discordian.
That is
You know, that's Discordian right there. You know, oh yeah, I'm a joke. Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm a cult leader, non-cult leader, you know, whatever. It's exactly the.
You're being humble about something you obviously are, though. But you're
Oh,
trying
he's
to be
got the book right there. Actually, Hank's got the book.
Isn't that like
I got the book.
Isn't that like the equivalent? Isn't that like the satanic equivalent of like the book The Secret?
Check that out. The Secret. I think I saw the movie.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
it?
it
That's
is, but
Secret.
Secret
That
doesn't
was
work. This one
You
does.
know what
What
it's
was
doing,
the
man.
secret? Oh, I
you know what?
remember now.
I'll
Go
tell
ahead.
you what it is, bro. It's they tell you that you're a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And then they don't give you the keys to the car.
That's the secret is. That's the secret.
Yeah. But yeah, Secret doesn't work, but this one does.
I think I saw a movie. They were just talking about the thing the whole time. The Lamborghini no key thing. Yeah. I think they were
But
telling
that's what
you
he
can
lost it.
manifest things. Is where they were going with it. I just saw it. That must be really high.
be a cult leader, but it's going to be an inside joke. Ha ha. If you join the cult for $10 or $50 or whatever a month, we'll tell you what it really means. He. Maximum Leader. So it shows a picture of him and says Maximum Leader above it in large font. It then says Charles Haywood is the maximum leader of the magazine, meaning the Worthy House, and the founder of the applied political philosophy of foundationalism, which is what we're going to read the manifesto about. He is a member of Generation X. Who fucking cares?
Why are you not winning 70% of your day trade?
Son of a bitch. But yeah,
Because it's rigged, dumbass.
Foundationalism. That is one of the key aspects of this. He's got this aspect of his philosophy called foundationalism. And we kind of looked at this on the show, foundationalism versus integrism, and how that's kind of the Orthodox and Catholic kind of divide here. But really what it is that foundationalism is sounding more and more like this Kantian philosophy.
I don't know what Kantian is. Kantian. I don't know.
Presuppositionalism, you know, which is really, which is really that there's preset, you know, rules for perception and logic, you know, that don't work beyond anything that you can find, so they don't work off of empirical principles or information that you gain in the world, but they're intuitive. Rather, they're the foundation of knowledge itself. They're not based on
something you can.
Yeah,
They're not well defined. Just not something based on shit that scientific evidence and proof and shit like that. It's more,
Yeah,
man.
it's like movement and like the perception of space and time and movement and these
That
type of
type of
things.
stuff. Yeah.
Very like Newtonian type of principles that are intuitive principles for gaining knowledge that have to be taken for granted, if you will. You know, in a
Yes,
search for
yes.
knowledge.
It's I think that I would call that more like that Heisenberg uncertainty shit principle. The
Yeah,
more you try to define a thing, the less it becomes definable. That seems like what we're talking about here.
a little
Well,
bit, a little bit. I mean,
Right.
if you
it doesn't just
separated,
apply to. It doesn't just apply to. Applies to physics in general. It just has to do with the units. So it's not just quantum physics. So there's a more general
It
uncertainty
works in the
principle
sense that we're
and
using it now. Yeah.
between a velocity and
well,
location.
it applies to morality, the concepts of morality based on Kant, because what Kant did is he put morality itself and ethics itself within these presupposed modes, within the intuitive framework that you can't gain through evidence in the world. You know, because he made them
That's
universal
interesting.
principles. Yeah, so he made moral precepts universal principles, just like the principles of physics. So, but then
Is
he
he
put
wrong then?
time.
Is he wrong?
Yeah. He-
I'm not so sure he's
yeah,
wrong if he did that.
Yeah, he's wrong.
he's doing the pseudo shuffle.
He may be wrong in his whole philosophy, but just based on that alone, because he put morals in there with other movement
Yeah,
and so, as if it's a
yeah, he's
real
wrong
thing that
because
has
category and
mass and
physics don't work.
particles. I don't think that's necessarily wrong on his head.
It
And
is
morals
necessarily
may be a real thing that has
there's
an
no
unseen force.
it is necessarily wrong because we can't find any categorical imperatives. We can
Uh,
only run with hypothetical imperatives.
you can't find any categorical, but you could find
We got
subjective
hypothetical
evidence.
imperatives, but categorical imperatives have to apply to everyone universally. We can't find any.
Well, yeah, but you really haven't found that for gravity. We go by its effects. We haven't found the thing itself, and you could do the same thing here.
Well, the thing itself is just the matter and the pressure from the matter. Gravity.
Exactly. I could give evidence of morality, even though I can't pin it down. I could give evidence of morality that it really exists easily.
Yeah, you can.
Let us know when science figures out that other 99% of matter, Hank.
What about that other 99%?
Oh, Hank's talking about like the quantum foam and whatever, First they said it's evolution, then they say it's simulation. Science switch it up soon as people catch up to it.
I think it's the shit he's talking about now. I think it's morals, is all of these things. I think all of these things have at least force carriers, like electromagnetism, actual particles that float around. I think all these things have actual particles that float around and maybe not floating per se. I don't want you to think they even have to float, because if you're a fan of that shit,
You're talking about a magnet.
yes, but I don't want to restrict it to that, because there's also this quantum entanglement thing where it looks like things can happen instantaneously across a distance. So all these things like this, I think they do exist and they move about, and morals and some of this stuff that we can't explain would make up for the unseen matter that's out there.
I think you're right, bro. And that's why they need to co-opt people's minds, because, yeah, they need people to grab onto lesser assimilations of truth in order
course.
to have that hive mind.
Of course. Yes, it would benefit them. Yeah.
Greetings.
What's up, Wizard? What's up, bro?
Wanted to say something real quick to help you out, Joe.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Morals is not a matter of force. Morals is a matter of intangible thought processes that bring about a force.
Okay, I go for that. But the thought is real. You'd agree? Yeah? The thought is a real thing, or no? Okay, go ahead.
It's intangible.
Okay.
Say for instance, you see a fox out in your yard and he's terrorizing your dog. Your moral, because of your own personal reasons, your morals say you need to go out and do something about the fox so you can keep your dog.
Okay.
Because you can't switch your dog, which is domesticated, for the fox.
I'm
Even
doing
though
that
the
now.
wolf-
I got a coyote after the chickens every day, and yeah, I got it. I'm in that situation right now.
So your morals say, if I want to live right with my nature and tend my flock of chickens, my duty to my chickens through
Yeah,
my morals says I need to take care of the fox.
I agree.
Otherwise my attempt at tendering the chickens is not going to be successful.
I agree.
So your morals is a call to action.
It
It's a
doesn't mean it doesn't. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I agree with everything you
right.
just said there, but I do believe that the moment that it came into, there was some, for lack of a better word, physicality there. I believe that.
And
Right.
Joe, I
That's
thought
why
you
I
were.
say
Sorry, go ahead. My
that's
bad.
why that's yeah, that's why I say it's a call to action within oneself. And each of us has a different call to action according to our different morals. There is no set junction of morals. There's a set of morals that people can apply if they observe them and recognize them, but not all have the intellectual ability to do so.
Or yeah, even and not even just the intellectual ability, but that is part of it. It could just be part of the vision, like because vision isn't just what you see. Like you can have your own vision in your head, you know.
Yes. I wonder if it doesn't, at the moment that it becomes thought, if it becomes real, and if it's real, it must be have a particle or something behind it,
Well, you
even
can.
though it's just a thought.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can imagine it's a particle. I do that with egregores. But yeah, thank you, Wizard, for explaining the hypothetical imperative to Joe Cool.
What? Well, we're not done yet, motherfucker. I didn't consume it. I'm not fully on board. You keep going. Shit. I still think that everything he said doesn't change that the fact that it could be a material thing in my head. Unless he was going towards something where I totally have it misdefined when I was
Well,
saying
we'll
morals
put it,
or go ahead.
we'll put it to you this way. If you have a thought in your head,
Yeah.
it doesn't become real and tangible until you take an action.
I am saying I absolutely disagree with you. And the moment that dog comes into existence, it has a reality.
That's
It
true.
is
No,
a real thing.
It has a
it ha-
subjective reality because it's like a Snapchat of reality.
And
well, it's a potential reality until you make an action.
I think the thought itself is a real fucking thing. If I do nothing about it, it just run around in my head. There's a real thing running around there called a thought.
That's called
I see where
psychosis.
you guys are. I see where you
That's
guys are.
called
You guys are looking at the same thing. You're just explaining it slightly different.
But see, your thoughts are never tangible until you take action. You can think it's like when somebody created the first car, the first
Yeah.
automobile.
Yeah.
It was in their thought. It was in their thoughts long before they made it real.
So let's take it back to what TML was saying when we were reading a little bit of that book where the deception, yes, thoughts can be deceptive, and for arguing purposes,
It still wouldn't make them
people will
unreal. Yeah.
assimilate to thoughts more than they need to. I will say.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Great. Yeah, and that's one of the big things that I push on the words that we're using, because everything in origin is just a thought concept until we coin our words or take action, which means purchase those words through your actions. If you coin a word, it's not real to anybody else until you can take an
I
action
would
and
agree with
show
that.
them. Until you can
It's not
show
real
them.
to anyone else. Excuse
Right.
me. I'm loving the conversation, but my buddy just bought me breakfast. I got to eat. But I'm finna listen until when I'm done. If you cats are still up here, I'll be back up here later.
Bless. Thank you, Joe Cool. Have a blessed day, brother. And yeah, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow night too for everyone. So if you guys want to come back and talk to me, yeah, tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for joining, Russell. Bless, man.
No problem. Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. You out?
Yeah. Yeah, in a little bit. I'm actually gonna shut it down. But yeah,
Oh, okay, no problem.
yeah, I
I just
do
want to make
appreciate
sure.
you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
I
want
do
to make sure
appreciate
I
you
was
guys.
clear. I jumped on a little late, so but that mind to play tricks on you if you're still listening there, Joe. Cool.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. We get into it here about different shit. I don't know how long you've been listening, Russell, but yeah, I
I
talk
just
about
actually just jumped in, but
yeah, yeah, cause yeah, I've been doing a little special here on Christian nationalism. Basically just doing a little type of thing, and I also covered Jewish liberalism, kind of in preparation for that, talking about the thoughts of Theodore Herzl and the secular Jewish movements within Europe, that culminated in the establishment of Israel. The Jews in Europe, the Jews in Britain, under Oliver Cromwell, all of that type of shit, and the different aspects of how Herzl came about, because Herzl was a liberal, but he still wanted a state for the Jewish people. So it's this whole idea related to this concept of Christian nationalism, because nationalism is a Jewish invention. Comes from the Bible, or the Torah, or whatever you want to call it, about the Jews being a nation, even though they didn't have a homeland. If they weren't settled in Israel, they were still a people. So this concept of a people, without a home, so to speak, this national, the concept of nationalism, born from that, and then the concept of how Judaism and Christianity are interrelated, because obviously, there's an Old Testament, then there's a New Testament, and they got all of these concepts related within Christian nationalism, and about how Christianity spread to Europe and unified all of the European tribes, and then the world culture emerged from Europe. We see, like, everybody in the world, they want to be democratic, they want to be liberal, they want to be progressive, they want to be technological. Where did all these concepts came from? They came from Europe in the 16th century, with the concept of universal morality, universal ethics, universal rights.
Yeah, where they tried to, yeah, that's where they tried to standardize everything so everybody would be, quote, equal.
That's
That's
right.
not so.
That's right. So it's this concept of how does this relate to Christianity? How come it only came up in European society? How are the Jews related to European society? Because there are such thing in today's age as European Jews. So you have European Jews, you have cultural Christians also. You
And
have
that's,
people, yeah.
and that's in my interpretation, kind of like a blasphemy. It's like taking on a double misnomer. It's like the African American. You're either
Yeah, right.
African or American if you associate like that. You cannot both be him and her.
Ryan Upchurch. Everybody familiar with Ryan Upchurch?
No.
He's got it. He's got an interesting theory on a lot of this. Hymns is also, music and things of that. But hymns is also men, right? So all of this seems to be ancient, and we've just kind of lost our own way because there's really only one source. And then we got, the way we think in our minds of all of these words as they twist them and commingle them to pin people into contracts on the paper. I saw something, I forget if it was old philosophy or what it was. It says an intellectual describes things in a hard way, and an artist describes a hard thing in an easy way.
That's nice.
But it's quite interesting. Upchurch's last 6 or 7 videos, he's talking about Maui, he's talking about the terrestrials, and a lot of things in the universe and how it all comes together, and his take on God and things. But I found it to be very interesting, the play on words, because obviously wizard being the word wizard and all, and I've been playing around with those words for quite a while myself.
I got,
Interesting was cowboy. A cow gives milk.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
I gotta get going, but I got this one little wordplay thing. I know Wiz will like it too. It goes, my synapses act like lightning. Probably why I'm so enlightening. All these other people can't F with me. I'm looking like who the hell invited them. They failed in testing like what's inside of them.
Yeah,
Absolute.
that's a
And I don't.
Absol. That's from Absol from DMT. I think the song DMT or pineal
Yep.
gland or
I think it's pineal gland. And I don't know who the brother is, but I appreciate that. That was spot on. Yep.
Yeah, bless. Yeah. Gen X Jeff. All right. Well, yeah. Well, we're gonna shut it down.
I feel you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut this down because I still got to read John Winthrop. But yeah, tomorrow night I'm gonna be back. Russell, join me tomorrow night, brother. Thank you for being here, man. But I'm gonna go around this panel, let everybody have a closing thought. What you got to say for everyone, brother?
Well, I just encourage everybody to be the change you wish to see, as I always say, because I think that's the biggest thing is the individual to look inside themselves. So be the change you wish to see, and within that, always remember popularity without a positive purpose is pointless and valueless. Much love, everybody.
Thank you. Blessings, brother. And yeah, just your short time being here, you brought a lot of wise words to the panel, so man, bless, man. I hope to have you here again someday. What you got for us, Hank?
I don't have anything for you today. See you later.
Bless you, Hank. All right, for sure. All right, brother. Wizard, I know you got something for us.
Always glad to have that you let me up. I think every one of us as a lamb of God. My only problem is I think many of us don't act like it, and I wish that would change. May you all be blessed.
Thank you, Wiz. You're a beautiful man, and a honored teacher for me. In this hard time in my life, you guys see me struggling out here. My fucking Cash App doesn't work. My wife won't even call me. But she'll show up in an internet chat. Give me lots of distress. Life is a mystery, folks. It's a random fucking set of events here, that we're going through. But yeah, we're gonna look at a little bit more of this. Let's take a little bit more look at this Christian nationalism. See what's going on here with the foundationalism. And then I'm gonna talk about John Winthrop, his whole theory here. And then I'm gonna shut this show down for you guys. But yeah, bless you guys, man.
Views are right-wing with a future-oriented post-liberal bent. He doesn't admit to the postmodernism. He probably doesn't recognize it. He does not belong to any existing political party.
Okay, future-oriented, post-liberal. So they're presuming modernity. So they're going with modernity here,
Like Meneverchivi, he was born too late and wishes he could be a knight hospitaller or whatever, but with a railgun and a warp drive. That's a little concerning.
A crusader with a railgun and a warp drive. That's cringe. That's cringe. But yeah, I guess you're getting the kind of futurism element to the Christianity thing, is Christian futurism, So they're moving into the future with modernity and with Christian values, you know what I mean? And that some might call that post-modernity, because of post-modernity itself was a post-enlightenment reaction to Enlightenment thought, because of Romanticism. The Romanticism of Rousseau, then Kant, then Hegel,
learning. He desires comity, but realizes, despite being a practicing and believing Christian, that ultimately no final question can be solved without conflict, usually involving violence. Thus, his style tends to be megalomaniacal and apocalyptic. He likes to fight. He also told Tucker on his show, though laughing, and it's the kind of joke I might make, that his favorite thing in the world to talk about is himself. I make that as a self-effacing joke. I don't claim to be geez, I've done it now. Megalomaniacal, however. What does Haywood want? He says,
yeah, megalomaniacal is postmodern because it's about solipsism. You know, once you cross into that phenomenology and go into the extreme reaches of solipsism, you know, then, I mean, what's left other than megalomania? You know, extreme inflation of the ego, where, you know, the world around you is being caused by your own thoughts. I mean,
that is often asked. No, it's not. Nobody knows who you are. Part of the answer can be found on our About page, which explains that he uses the writing here at the Worthy House primarily to develop his own thoughts. To what end, though? As it has developed to the end of outlining and preparing for the advent of a political philosophy which he has named foundationalism, and which he is preparing to implement in real life. If you are interested, though why you would be is unclear, see, there's that self-effacing humor. In a personality profile of Charles, one can be found here, which I'm not even going to bother clicking on. He was, for 6 years, a mergers and acquisitions lawyer with law and business degrees from the University of Chicago and a clerkship for the 7th Circuit.
okay, all of these worms, okay, Paul Gottfried, Mises, Leo Strauss, you know what I mean? They're all coming out of Chicago, either out of the University of Chicago or the Chicago School of Economics or any one of these outfits. But yeah, Chicago plays a huge role for these guys. You know, this whole philosophy, ANCAP, you know, neoliberalism, you know, hyper-capitalism, you know, classical, a return to classical liberalism, you know, I mean, it's crazy, you know, and now even this type of Christian nationalist type of philosophy, it's all coming out of Chicago. You know what I mean? Out of thinkers like Leo Strauss and, you know, his students like Paul Gottfried. You know, one of my translations of the Prince is by a student of Leo Strauss, Harvey Mansfield. You know, he's another key figure, you know, and a lot of these thinkers that wanted a return to classical liberalism. And one of the main thinkers they concentrate on is Machiavelli. You know what I mean?
Judge, but despite this background, he is a class traitor and regime enemy. For 15 years, he was the owner and operator of Mansfield King, one of the largest and most profitable manufacturers of hair and skincare products in North America, which he started by himself from nothing. He recently sold that business. Now he is rich beyond the dreams of avarice and looking to cause trouble. That's cutesy-ass code for brother writes checks. He has a political axe to grind. He has a political philosophy. You're going to hear that he's a psychopath, probably by listening to his ideas like this violent stuff. And I don't know that he's clinically a psychopath. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but he's clearly a bit of a nut job, and he is clearly okay with this idea of violence, and he has this, and he's going to write checks. And I'm not going to go into where he says he can provide you with services. So that's Maximum Leader. That's Charles Haywood, how he describes himself on his own personal About page. But what about the About page for the Worthy House? What is the Worthy House? The Worthy House offers writings that revolve around moving toward a politics of future past. Okie dokie. In short, that means that most, but not all, writings are related in some way to reality-based human flourishing in the
politics of future past. Post-modernity, which is really neoliberal.
Liberal future. Politics in this sense is thus viewed broadly and includes most of all history. The political sense of this magazine is encapsulated in the 7 quotes at the very bottom of every page, together with the quote from T.E. Lawrence on the right side of the front page. The primary author and maximum leader is Charles. He uses the process of writing mainly to develop his own thoughts, battle preparation. If they are sometimes useful to others, so much the better. And there's kind of a lot that, since this is really, really long, there's a lot about how he organizes this. It's not really necessary since it's going to be long to read his whole manifesto. I'm not going to go through it. I will point out that one of the things that he mentions when he talks to Tucker Carlson is that, and it is actually one of the bigger essay pieces here on the Worthy House, is that he went into a long, detailed exploration and explanation of the Spanish Civil War. What he doesn't bother to tell Tucker, although it's very clear if you actually bother to read the essay, is that he's a gigantic fan of Francisco Franco. So if you like that style of politics, you might like Mr. Haywood if fascism is your flavor. But Franco is a...
Yeah, they focus on Mussolini, focus on Carl Schmitt, the writings of Carl Schmitt, a lot in the accelerationist and sort of, Christian, futurist kind of paradigm, but yeah, what's interesting is that term politics of future past is coming from 1984, is it not? That's a totally cringe term to use.
Colored character in history, and having an American Franco might not be the best plan in the world, even if Charles Haywood has lots of wealth beyond avarice to write checks to implement that. But how on earth would he implement it? By hiring people to write for the Worthy House, right? Well, no, certainly not. He's got more. So on Open Corporates, which is the open database of the corporate world, we can look up a thing called the Society for American Civic Renewal, Inc. The Society for American Civic Renewal Incorporated. You can look it up yourself. You can see the status, the company number, incorporation date. I'm not going to read it all, but the incorporation date was 22nd July 2020. It was founded in Indiana. I won't read the address. It has 3 officers and directors. Recent filings, though, 27 July 2022, 5 days after, business entity report, 22nd July, articles of incorporation. And guess who it's credited to on July 22nd, 2020? Addition of Officer Charles Haywood.
You know what I find really interesting with this is not only did Andrew Wilson's wife, who says he's a Christian futurist in lieu of all these types of things, and also part of the Nick Fuentes, America First movement, that his wife was on Tucker Carlson, and then this Charles Haywood fellow's on Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson himself had all of these figures on his show, like Mencius Moldbug. He got kicked off of the Fox News. He went to go work for Elon Musk, who started all of these type of working with Alex Jones and having Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes appear with Kanye West, and the whole saga with the ADL, where Tucker Carlson was being attacked by the ADL for pushing the white replacement theory. So, if you guys don't think that this, type of radical politics is reaching a national stage, or they're cultivating people, and that it's also happening right in our midst, because, that is a very interesting connections for those things. In terms of, I think some of these more local or these lower level groups may be being funded by the same types of people,
As the incorporator. So it was incorporated by Charles Haywood. So he has this thing called the Society for American Civic Renewal Incorporated. Now it turns out it has branch offices in Dallas, Texas, which is where Nate Fisher not only lives, but is the president of his branch. There is another in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm not quite sure who is involved in that one. And there is another in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I'm not sure who's involved in that one either, but since Moscow, Idaho is roughly the size of a postage stamp and Doug Wilson's the biggest political player there, one might make guesses that, in fact, weirdly, some of the biggest players and biggest names in
So that's another guy who's related to this movement is Doug Wilson.
The Christian nationalist movement push are unambiguously affiliated with the Society for American Civic Renewal that was founded by big bucks with an axe to grind and a political philosophy he developed, Charles Haywood, who's getting airtime on Tucker Carlson, among other places. Very suspicious. So what is Christian nationalism? Well, let's look at the Society for American Civic Renewal. My bad. You go to their website, and there's this weirdly designed circle spinning around.
So I actually have this, me and Neurojack broke down this website a long time ago. But yeah, was this ever a Christian nation? Can we go back to a Christian nation? That is the question, and I guess the main answer would be in the Puritans, in the Model for Christian Charity by John Winthrop. I think that is one of the seminal documents. The Puritans created a lot of the institutions that you see in this country in the 1600s before the founding fathers came to this country. And it's interesting to read this document. Now, we talked about John Winthrop a little bit in the beginning, his influence, his sort of upbringing, how he studies alchemy. He reads Monas Hieroglyphica by John Dee, and he's into all sorts of different types of avenues of thought, and he's sort of a perennialist. But nevertheless, his understanding of how Christianity can be used for a civil society is interesting. It's interestingly in line with sort of liberal values, even hyper liberal values like socialism, but in other words, it's a little bit like also hyper capitalist, because there's different stations within the society. You're supposed to accept people in different stations in a society because there has to be order. But then at the same time, there's also a division of labor that's necessary within the society. So nobody's kind of, made an outsider in society. Everybody's made whole through the kind of civic institutions and the church and all these types of things. So he's got a very interesting model, a model of Christian charity, and he quotes Paul extensively in this, So let's take a look on this. This is one of the founding documents of this nation, City Upon a Hill by John Winthrop. Very influential. We're going to take a look at some of this.
A Model of Christian Charity by John Winthrop. Written on board the Arbella on the Atlantic Ocean by the Honorable John Winthrop, Esquire, in his passage with a great company of religious people, of which Christian tribes he was the brave leader and famous governor, from the island of Great Britain to New England in the North America, in the year 1630. Christian Charity, a model hereof. God Almighty, in his most holy and wise providence, hath so disposed of the condition of mankind, as in all times some must be rich, some poor, some high and eminent in power and dignity, others mean and in submission. The reason hereof. First,
some high born and some mean and in submission. That's just how it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Okay. And what business does anybody have to gain the wealth of this world, or to be in service of the poor? The poor are the blessed. So one has to serve those people who are rich. It's harder for a rich man to get into heaven, than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Isn't that what it says? So, I mean, really, the thing is that, it's the rich people who are suffering. They're not humble. They haven't been made humble. and they're going to be suffering because they can't attain salvation. So you have to help them, not the poor. So whoever ends up mean and in submission is in mean and in submission. But how do we serve the best? I mean, it's about bringing people into a common mean a little bit. That's one aspect of it. And the other is accepting what you have. Being thankful for what you have, not trying to work hard to gain things in this world or to compete in this world, for the stuff of this world, and also giving freely, But yeah, it comes with a certain sort of accepting what everyone has to begin with,
Reason. First, to hold conformity with the rest of his world, being delighted to show forth the glory of his wisdom in the variety and difference of the creatures, and the glory of his power in ordering all these differences for the preservation and good of the whole, and the glory of his greatness, that as it is the glory of princes to have many officers, so this great king will have many stewards, counting himself more honored in dispensing his gifts to man by man than if he did it by his own immediate hands. Second reason. Secondly, that he might have the more occasion to manifest the work of his Spirit, first upon the wicked in moderating and restraining them, so that the rich and mighty should not eat up the poor, nor the poor and despised rise up against and shake off their yoke. Secondly, in the regenerate, in exercising his graces in them, as in the great ones, their love, mercy, gentleness, temperance, etc. In the poor and inferior sort, their faith, patience, obedience, etc. Third reason. Thirdly, that every man might have need.
Okay, so here we go. Patience, faith, obedience, and temperance. Okay, that's what causes us to accept people's stations in life. Okay? So this is not trying to inherently change the order of a society. Okay, but also working with what everyone has, bringing everybody in unity, through some common mean, which is faith and obedience to one another. Yeah.
Of others, and from hence they might be all knit more nearly together in the bonds of brotherly affection.
This is the key thing, and Paul is being knit together, being one, e pluribus unum, in other words, out of many, one, and that is kind of the goal of being knit together. And he says that in the church, they're all parts of the body of Christ. So this is a notion of a sort of inherent equality within society, but not a sort of equality that causes people to not have different, attend to different means and ends, meaning that they are using different ways to serve the community, and they're ending up in different stations. Some are ending up poor, some are ending up rich, and this is just part of the plan, if you will. You understand?
From hence it appears plainly that no man is made more honorable than another, or more wealthy, etc., out of any particular and singular respect to himself, but for the glory of his Creator and the common good of the creature, man. Therefore God still reserves the property of these gifts to himself, as Ezekiel 16:17, he there calls wealth his gold and his silver, and Proverbs 3 verse 9, he claims their service as his due. Honor the Lord with thy riches, etc. All men being thus, by divine providence, ranked into two sorts, rich and poor, under the first are comprehended all such as are able to live comfortably by their own means duly improved, and all others are poor according to the former distribution. There are two rules whereby we are to walk one towards another, justice and mercy.
Okay, so see, the same book that says blessed are the poor, it also says honor God through your riches. You know, so it's fascinating, you know.
These are always distinguished in their act and in their object, yet may they both concur in the same subject in each respect. As sometimes there may be an occasion of showing mercy to a rich man in some sudden danger or distress, and also doing of mere justice to a poor man in regard of some particular contract, etc. There is likewise a double law by which we are regulated in our conversation towards another. In both the former respects, the law of nature and the law of grace, or the moral law, or the law of the gospel. To omit the rule of justice as
okay, two sets of books, two sets of laws that we have to answer to. One, laws of nature. Okay? Two, laws of the gospel. Okay, so there's one law of human and there's the other law of the jungle. Okay, but we're answerable to both, he says. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So this notion of natural law, okay, of the Greek coming with the law of the gospel, you know, which is the kind of, you know, non-Greek. You know, we don't want to really say Jewish, but I mean, you know, what can we do?
as not properly belonging to this purpose, otherwise than it may fall into consideration in some particular cases. By the first of these laws, man, as he was enabled, so withal is commanded to love his neighbor as himself. Upon this ground stands all the precepts of the moral law, which concerns our dealings with men. To apply this to the works of mercy, this law requires two things. First, that every man afford his help to another in every want or distress. Secondly, that he perform this out of the same affection which makes him careful of his own goods, according to...
Okay, think about this. The same with Kant. The same with Kant. The starry sky above and the moral law within. Okay, the outside world based on physical laws, natural laws, and the inside world based on moral laws and universal precepts. Okay? Two laws, two worlds, okay, being brought together, okay? The heavenly and the earthly, right?
To that of our Savior. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you. This was practiced by Abraham and Lot when entertaining the angels and the old man of Gibeah. The law of grace or of the gospel hath some difference from the former, as in these respects. First, the law of nature was given to man in the estate of innocency, this of the gospel in the estate of regeneracy. Secondly, the former propounds one man to another as the same flesh and image of God, this as a brother in Christ also, and in the communion of the same Spirit, and so teacheth to put a difference between Christians and others. Do good to all, especially to the household of faith. Upon this ground, the Israelites were to put a difference between the brethren of such as were strangers, though not of the Canaanites. Third.
Okay, so where does the concept of nationalism, of us versus them, treat the people here with more respect than the people outside of the Christian community? Well, he's citing the Jews. He's saying it comes from the Jews. It comes from the concept of Jewish nationalism. Where does Christian nationalism come from? It comes from Jewish nationalism. So you're to treat the people that are not Christian outside of the people who are Christian. Okay, the people who are part of the Christian community, you treat them all the same way. You know, so there's equality within, not for the people outside of the community. You know, and within the community, there's levels to shit. There's some people are in subjection and some people are in power. You know, and this is brought through faith, and then outside of the community, there's also the natural law of grace. So there's three different laws. Okay, one of grace and of nature, the other of the human community, the Christian community, of the law of the gospel, and then outside of it, there's the laws of the others, the non-Christians, right? So there's all sorts of intersecting powers, okay? Because this is the earthly realm, you know what I mean? They're trying to mend the earthly realm with the heavenly realm. You see what I mean?
Thirdly, the law of nature would give no rules for dealing with enemies, for all are to be considered as friends in the state of innocency, but the gospel commands love to an enemy. Proof: if thine enemy hunger, feed him. Love your enemies, do good to them that hate you. Matthew 5:44. This law of the gospel propounds likewise a difference of seasons and occasions. There is a time when a Christian must sell all and give to the poor, as they did in the apostles' times. There is a time also when Christians, though they give not all yet, must give beyond their ability, as they of Macedonia. Likewise, community of perils calls for extraordinary liberality, and so doth community in some special service for the church. Lastly, when there is no other means whereby our Christian brother may be relieved in his distress, we must help him beyond our ability, rather than tempt God in putting him upon help by miraculous or extraordinary means. This duty of mercy is exercised in the kinds giving, lending, and forgiving. Question: what rule shall a man observe in giving in respect of the measure? Answer: if the time and occasion be ordinary, he is to give out of his abundance. Let him lay aside as God hath blessed him. If the time and occasion be extraordinary, he must be ruled by them, taking this withal, that then a man cannot likely do too much, especially if he may leave himself and his family under probable means of comfortable subsistence. Objection: a man must lay up for posterity. The fathers lay up for posterity and children, and he is worse than an infidel that provideth not for his own.
Okay, so look at the reflections here. The reflections are based on providing for yourself and seeking through the community, giving, lending, and forgiving. Okay, so this is forgiving of debts, the giving of charitable alms, okay, and also lending. Okay, this is the community aspect, you know, of having everybody in. But what are these? These sound economic. Okay, so see, the Christian community, or the model of Christian charity, you know, has a lot to do with the economic aims, even though, you know, one would think that it's far removed from that. And this is partly why they've adopted this sort of ANCAP philosophy, you know, in this late stage. You know, it's fascinating stuff.
Answer: for the first, it is plain that it being spoken by way of comparison, it must be meant of the ordinary and usual course of fathers, and cannot extend to times and occasions extraordinary. For the other place the apostle speaks against such as walk inordinately, and it is without question that he is worse than an infidel, who through his own sloth and voluptuousness shall neglect to provide for his family. Objection: the wise man's eyes are in his head, saith Solomon, and foreseeth the plague. Therefore he must forecast and lay up against evil times, when he or his may stand in need of all he can gather. Answer: this very argument Solomon useth to persuade to liberality. Cast thy bread upon the waters, and for thou knowest not what evil may come upon the land. Luke 26, make you friends of the riches of iniquity. You will ask how this shall be? Very well. For first, he that gives to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will repay him, even in this life, 100-fold to him or his. The righteous is ever merciful, and lendeth, and his seed enjoyeth the blessing. And besides, we know what advantage it will be to us in the day of account, when many such witnesses shall stand forth for us to witness the improvement of our talent.
Okay, so he's drawing this concept of lending, okay, this kind of banking, okay, and like economy, based on his model of Christian charity. All right, this is one of the founding documents of this country, City Upon a Hill, by Puritan writer John Winthrop, founder of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. We were talking about this earlier. Okay. This is in the 1600s. This is before they established the American Republic. All right. In the 1700s, Puritans came here. They established what they envisioned, some of them, to be a Christian nation. Today, in this late stage, we have Christian progressivism, Christian liberalism, Christian atheism, and Christian nationalism, as well as Christian futurism. So we have all these brands of Christian philosophy, okay, that are linking with the modern world. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the same thing with Islam. Okay, how the modern sects of Islam interact with, okay, all of these ideologies and philosophies. Okay, these three religions didn't go anywhere. Why? Because they simply accepted liberal precepts. Okay, within some of their foundational, if you will, claims that they make. That's why they've survived today. Okay, it's because they've accepted science and liberalism. They've created new versions of these religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. You know what I mean? And part of this project was started by perennial thinkers like John Winthrop, you know, who envisioned a sort of a utopian realm that's led through a model of Christian charity. Okay, he was a sort of proto-capitalist, if you will. You know, why? Okay. Because he created these concepts, you know, within the economic realm of the society, these ones that were being employed within the framework of capitalism later. You know, that there would be different classes, there would be a division of labor, there would be all of these ideas of banking and lending and you know, but yeah, it's interesting, you know, just how economic are his explanations here.
And I would know of those who plead so much for laying up for time to come, whether they hold that to be gospel, Matthew 16:19, lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, etc. If they acknowledge it, what extent will they allow it? If only to those primitive times, let them consider the reason whereupon our Savior grounds it. The first is that they are subject to the moth, the rust, the thief. Secondly, they will steal away the heart. Where the treasure is, there will your heart be also. The reasons are of like force at all times. Therefore, the exhortation must be general and perpetual, with always in respect of the love and affection to riches and in regard of the things themselves, when any special service for the church or particular distress of our brother do call for the use of them. Otherwise, it is not only lawful but necessary to lay up, as Joseph did, to have ready upon such occasions, as the Lord, whose stewards we are of them, shall call for them from us. Christ gives us an instance of the first when he sent his disciple for the ass, and bids them answer the owner thus, "The Lord hath need of him." So, when the tabernacle was to be built, he sends to this people to call for their silver and gold, etc., and yields no other reason but that it was for his work. When Elisha comes to the widow of Sarepta and finds her preparing to make ready her pittance for herself and family, he bids her first provide for him. He challengeth first God's part, which he must first give before she must serve her own family. All these teach us that the Lord looks that when he is pleased to call for his right in anything we have, our own interest we have must stand aside till his turn be served. For the other, we need look no further than to that of 1 John, "He who hath this world's goods, and seeth his brother to need, and shuts up his compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him?" which comes punctually to this conclusion: if thy brother be in want, and thou canst help him, thou needst not make doubt what thou shouldst do. If thou lovest God, thou must help him. Question: what rule must we observe in lending? Answer: thou must observe whether thy brother hath present or probable or possible means of repaying thee. If there be none of those, thou must give him according to his necessity, rather than lend him as he requires. If he hath present means of repaying thee, thou art to look at him not as an act of mercy, but by way of commerce, wherein thou art to walk by the rule of justice. But if his means of repaying thee be only probable or possible, then is he an object of thy mercy. Thou must lend him, though there be danger of losing it. Deuteronomy 15:7, if any of thy brethren be poor, etc., thou shalt lend him sufficient. That men might not shift off this duty by the apparent hazard, he tells them that though the year of Jubilee were at hand, when he must remit it, if he were not able to repay it before, yet he must lend him, and that cheerfully. It may not grieve thee to give him, saith he, and because some might object, why so I should soon impoverish myself and my family, he adds, with all thy work, etc. For our Savior, Matthew 5:42, from him that would borrow of thee, turn not away. Question: what rule must we observe in forgiving? Answer: whether thou didst lend by way of commerce or in mercy, if he hath nothing to pay thee, must forgive, except in cause where thou hast a surety or a lawful pledge. Deuteronomy 15:2. Every 7th year the creditor was to quit that which he lent to his brother, if he were poor, as appears, verse 8, save when there shall be no poor with thee. In all these and like cases, Christ was a general rule, Matthew 7:22. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye the same to them also. Question: what rule must we observe and walk by in cause of community of peril? Answer: the same as before, but with more enlargement towards others and less respect towards ourselves and our own right. Hence it was that in the primitive church they sold all, had all things in common. Neither did any man say that which he possessed was his own. Likewise.
Okay, so this is interesting, okay? You're not supposed to try to gain the wealth of this world. You're supposed to be content with what you have, okay? But also you're supposed to try to have all things in common as much as you can. But that doesn't mean trying to, hold people accountable for not giving you things, because you're not supposed to go and seek anything out. So this reliance on the community, but not seeking out alms and also trusting the various stations that people have in the society, because they're all going to be born into different stations in life, some in power and some meaning in subjection, so I mean, it's a fascinating sort of series of ideas that's all melded together by this one concept of, encouraging people to give and forgive, on a grander scale. But yeah. This is interesting. Creek Mary, I picture being a conduit for blessings. It comes through me and goes to someone else. Interesting.
In their return out of the captivity, because the work was great for the restoring of the church, and the danger of enemies was common to all, Nehemiah directs the Jews to liberality and readiness in remitting their debts to their brethren, and disposing liberally to such as wanted, and stand not upon their own dues which they might have demanded of them. Thus did
disposing liberally. Here comes the principle of liberality, not liberalism, but liberality. Right? It's kind of different, and it's related to the idea of licentiousness on the other end. Not liberty, but licentiousness. whereas the law should be a law of liberty, you know?
Some of our forefathers in times of persecution in England, and so did many of the faithful of other churches, whereof we keep an honorable remembrance of them. And it is to be observed that both in scriptures and latter stories of the churches, that such as have been most bountiful to the poor saints, especially in those extraordinary times and occasions, God hath left them highly commended to posterity, as Zacchaeus, Cornelius, Dorcas, Bishop Hooper, the Cutler of Brussels, and divers others. Observe again that the Scripture gives no caution to restrain any from being over-liberal this way, but all men to the liberal and cheerful practice hereof by the sweeter promises, as, to instance one for many, Isaiah 58:6, is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to take off the heavy burdens, to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke, to deal thy bread to the hungry, and to bring the poor that wander into thy house, when thou seest the naked, to cover them. And then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health shall grow speedily. Thy righteousness shall go before God, and the glory of the Lord shall embrace thee. Then thou shalt call, and the Lord shall answer thee, etc. Verse 11, If thou pour out thy soul to the hungry, then shall thy light spring out in darkness, and the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones. Thou shalt be like a watered garden, and they shall be of thee that shall build the old waste places. End quote. On the contrary, most heavy curses are laid upon such as are straitened towards the Lord and his people. Judges 5, Curse the Merosh, because he came not up to help the Lord. He who shutteth his ears from hearing the cry of the poor, he shall cry, and shall not be heard. Matthew 25, Go ye cursed into everlasting fire, etc. I was
Greetings.
Good morning.
Good
Still, yeah.
morning, Mary. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you
Pretty
doing
good.
today?
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's good to talk to you again. Yeah.
Oh, it's good to be up here. Thank you. I just wanted to explain and comment real quick.
Yeah.
Before I do something. Golly. I know, God, it's 11 o'clock and I'm still in my pajamas. That's why y'all can't see me. But
Yeah.
anyway, what I was thinking is that I try to have a detachment toward material things generally. And I have been taught that because I've had everything just taken away from me, no matter how much I tried to hang on to it through no fault of my own, just bam. So I'm not really that attached if I can help it. And when I think like that, it helps me to be liberal with the blessings that I do receive because I try not to hang on to it because I can't. I've been taught that. So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, no, you just think this is your house, honey. Think again. So, but yeah, so anyway, thinking like that, when I get food, for example, I try to pass it on and not hang on to it. And I try to be that way with money. That's a little bit harder, but still, I try to think of myself more as like a conduit or I'm just a stop on the way for the blessings. And God gives it to me because I'm better equipped or in the right place to put it where he really wanted it to be. I think kind of like that.
Yeah, that's a powerful lesson. I'm gonna have to start trying to learn that one myself.
Oh, it's hard. God had to
Yeah.
hit me upside the head hard several times before I learned to let go of things. And it's not mine, it's God's. And he showed me that hard. It's like, no, honey, this isn't yours. It's mine. And I can give it to you or take it away. And so it has taught me to not be materialistic I still like my pretty things though, but I try not to be attached to it and realize that I could have a fire, I could get hit by a bus, it's just temporary. Anyway, that's kind of what I was trying to say by that. I try to maintain that and consider myself a conduit, because like I tried to teach my little kids, God doesn't have arms and legs and whatnot to carry his firewood to that old lady, so he puts it on your heart to do it and be his arms and his legs for him. So it kind of goes along with that. God gives me something because he can't do it himself, and so he gives it to me to do for him or give for him. And it gets in the way if I start hanging on to it and think it's mine. Anyway, that was all. So.
Yeah, that is an interesting type of insight in terms of whatever we have that we got from in this world, it was given to us, and whatever that we're holding on to, we will have to finally let go of it at some point. So we begin with these empty hands, and we end with this kind of empty hand, and it's kind of like, yeah, we're chosen to facilitate the movement
Yes,
in a certain way.
facilitate.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're it is a lot about being chosen through grace, but also by a godly force, that it's almost as if like, and I do picture it that way too, like, like we're being moved, through God, because, we're chosen for a specific task. And it is funny that when we try to run from that, the
Mm-hmm.
universe tends to like make a fool of us. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like,
And I think that depends too on if you asked for it. Like I realized that I asked for strength and wisdom like a fool. And if you ask for something, God will give it to you. And if you ask to serve God and be sincere about it, use me, God, let me serve you, then he'll do it and he'll whip you into shape too, however way he needs to have you. And a lot of people think that that's mean, but if God needs you to toughen up, then, and you say, all right, I'm yours, then don't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because any of the times that I had that were hard, I started looking on it as boot camp. Because sure enough, it got harder. And if I hadn't been toughened up, I might have broke. I still kind of broke a little bit off and on, but it would have been worse. So I started saying, like, thank you, sir, may I have another? Because I considered it training for what was going to be coming up that I didn't know about. So, that's another way to look at hardship. You might need to have that strength later on for something. Makes you
Yeah,
tough.
that's increasingly what I'm feeling right now is earlier everybody saw, my wife in the chat, and she is kind of reaching out to me, and I'm kind of thankful for that. But that kind of absence that she's kind of laid on me, I think it is kind of preparing me for something in terms of, I'm ready to walk a solitary path, not to say without her or anything like that, because, if she wants to come back into my life, she's more than welcome. That's kind of how I am with all my friends and my loved ones and all these types of people. But then again, I feel like, yeah, like I needed to feel what it's like to not have people around while I'm trying to accomplish something more serious, So I don't know if you put it that way, it's like a lot of what you're saying is resonating, because you're talking about learning how to let go, but like, it's not really letting go of what you want to do, or what you want to happen, but letting go that it has to happen that way.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
if you put yourself in God's will and that's what you really desire, then that you should expect things like that. And it's not always gonna be easy, and it's not always gonna be fun. People think, oh, Hare Krishna, yeah, 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 blah, blah, blah. No, it's hard. And people suffer. I mean, God, people get killed for it. So it's not always fun and happy. A lot of times it's hard and you gotta be tough, for whatever reason. I don't always try, like I say, God doesn't have to clear me. I'm not always on a need to know basis with God. So,
yeah, that's a good attitude to have, is that being thankful for the facts that you do have, what you do know, and not
yeah.
and being satisfied that that things may have unexpected results. That
Yeah.
that really they might, not necessarily having faith in the future, but just saying that, hey, shit doesn't have to be. I don't have to know
Yeah.
necessarily what's gonna happen for me to do the right thing right now.
That's faith. You don't
Yeah.
have to know, but you do it anyway because you have faith that it's going to be. You just have faith that no matter what happens, even if it feels like it's bad for you, that there's a reason. Because every once in a while, I'll say this, I get blessed with the result of something that I have done in faith. Because you don't always get to see the result of something that you do in faith. You just have to throw it out there and just say, well, I guess it's all right. But every once in a while, I'll get blessed to see the result of something that I have done in faith. And I think, well, thank you. That's just enough to keep me going. So, anyway, I'm going to go and let you. Anyway, I was going to just say a little bit. I'll let you go. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mary. Bless you. And yeah, thank you also for joining us on the Discord. If you guys want to join on the Discord, you guys feel free to join. Let me get you guys a link to that. Because I love talking to you guys. I'm so thankful to have these teachers like Mary and Wizard and all these kind of people in my life. Especially people who have had faith and work with these things for a long time and felt these things for a long time, that feeling like you have a destiny and a purpose. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me in these dark ass motherfucking times out here, man. But yeah, bless you guys, and join me on the Discord if you guys want. And to everybody who sent me an email, I promise you I will get to the email soon. Thank you so much for your correspondence with me. The problem is that I'm extremely depressed since my wife left me. And also, there's 30 or 40 emails there, so I have to really take my time to answer all of the emails. But I really appreciate the incredible level of responses that I'm getting from people. People are responding intellectually, they're responding emotionally, they're giving feedback, positive feedback. A lot of people have given negative feedback. That's okay too. But yeah, we got to keep it running out here. But yeah, a model of Christian charity here. Let's take a listen to like 5 more minutes of this, and I'm gonna close it down for you guys, man. Bless you guys for being out here with me. We were talking a little bit about Christian nationalism this morning. I'm gonna end the discussions about that for now. We might bring it back into the fold later, but tomorrow night we're gonna move on to Islamic modernism, and we're gonna cover other things, in terms of technology, and relay back to some of our topics. And we're also gonna go ahead and publish all of the footage we made in our explanations of the historical setting of the Middle East. As I said earlier, it's over 37 hours of material there. for you guys. So a lot of information we've put forward there.
Hungry, and ye fed me not. He that soweth sparingly shall reap sparingly. Having already set forth the practice of mercy according to the rule of God's law, it will be useful to lay open the grounds of it also, being the other part of the commandment, and that is the affection from which this exercise of mercy must arise. The apostle tells us that this love is the fulfilling of the law. Not that it is enough to love our brother and so no further, but in regard of the excellency of his parts, giving any motion to the other as the soul to the body, and the power it hath to set all the faculties on work in the outward exercise of this duty, as when we bid one make the clock strike, he doth not lay hand on the hammer, which is the immediate instrument of the sound, but sets on work the first mover or main wheel, knowing that will certainly produce the sound which he intends. So the way to draw men to the works of mercy is not by force of argument from the goodness or necessity of the work, for though this cause may enforce a rational mind to some present act of mercy, as is frequent in experience, yet it cannot work such a habit in a soul as shall make it prompt upon all occasions to produce the same effect, but by framing these affections of love in the heart, which will as naturally bring forth the other, as any cause doth produce the effect. The definition which the Scripture gives us of love is this: love is the bond of perfection. First, it is a bond or ligament. Secondly, it makes the work perfect. There is no body but consists of parts, and that which knits these parts together gives the body its perfection, because it makes each part so contiguous to others as thereby they do mutually participate with each other, both.
Okay, so mutual participation being sewn together in one cohesive unit, being knit together through Christ. That's one of the main aspects of this teaching, but yeah, it also comes from Corinthians, being all part of a body of one. Those who are members of the church are members of the body of Christ. So this is kind of a equality, sown through, society, an equality within society, that acts against what's outside of the society on one end, but also works with the law of grace or nature on the other end. You know what I mean?
Hey,
strength and infirmity.
Oh yeah, what's up, Cecil?
Sorry, somebody was trying to give me their Proton mail earlier. It was in the I just went back there because I lost the page, but anyway, it's not there now.
Oh,
it was Ronan's Journey at Proton Mail.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you on it. Yeah, let me repost that here. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry.
Yeah, because if you come back into the private chat, it won't be there, but I could just repost it here. So,
okay.
So here, yeah, do you see it there?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you got any closing words for these people? Because I'm about to close this down, bro. Go ahead.
Even though
we already did this shit. Yeah, what's up?
Well, I was just gonna say, get some air, get some sunlight. Be sure to leave your house and stuff like that. It's good for you and everything. And don't forget that Vikings landed on America first. If you look it up in Canada, it's the Kennewick man. So we Vikings hated where they lived, man. They were living in like a frozen ghetto, and they got up and they freaking left where they was at and ranged all over the world.
A frozen ghetto, like where I live in Detroit, Michigan.
Even worse, bro. Even worse. They were like, yeah. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is the Kennewick man came to the Maine area like a long time ago, and the Vikings were in America.
Yeah, bless. Yeah, so yeah, we was Kangs and we was Vikings.
Yes.
So essentially, and we was Uyghurs, so as well. So,
Well, no, I wasn't never no Uyghur, but maybe somebody else can go ahead and be some Uyghurs and shit. But I ain't being no Uyghur. No time.
all right, all right. See, thank you, man. And yeah, you guys have a blessed day, man. And yeah, man, you guys have Thanks for checking out the Machine Lies. Where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm gonna go ahead and play some music for you guys. We talked just a little extra material I had about the concept of Christian nationalism, mainly because, sort of preparing for tomorrow's show. We're gonna have this whole thing in a one jumble presentation for you guys, but yeah, I'm gonna stay here with you guys and listen to some music. Bless you guys, man. Thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies. We'll talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, and I hope you have clarity to see through the lies.
make my fleas like the forest burns, acre lost by minute hands. While bands around my wrist evaluate my need for oxygen. Pin for a 3 count to my nervous system. Is the unbalance with rock in hand. They drown me, charge me like a warlock. My sights are not locked on war. My knuckles ache from knocked on doors. And I know that you will not answer, though I know you can see me through your peephole. The Sky Vader, Storm Chaser, Earth Pirate, sail through hell, rivers on pain, canals the dead. On uneasy shores of grit, release me. Sky Vader, Storm Chaser, Earth Pirate, sail through hell, rivers on pain, canals. He sees so much in the unmolested thought, while obnox see more of an aerosol assault the airwaves. I burn my spine at both ends, while I spread myself too thin. I ease into my tethered skin and get accosted by the pangin. Unsettled by my eyelids, taped together by sleep mucus. Disgusted by my rapid eye movements, crystal balls hang from rafters. Is my soul while my mind gets put on trial. 2/3 from my hold, the wanton heart, anything smile. I blend and perforate the accent as if I was Argyle. There's so much more that compels me. So we drip and break our twisted wheat, sickened by the strands of patchwork. All that's left is the bifocal blindfolds, and words without thoughts preempt all the important parts. I feel almost like my lips are made of 3M, and I become totally earthless. The Sky Raider, Storm Chaser, Earth Pirate, sail through hell, rivers on pain, canals and dance. On uneasy shores of brick, release me. The Sky Raider, Storm Chaser, Earth Pirate, sail through hell, rivers on pain, canal. Take my rubber limbs and strangle the moon. You could do Cat's Cradle with the sun if one would be the loneliest number, 2 would be a crowd. The box open, previous, expose the devious side. Believe that it does exist while I mutate cis, get paid little attention to. We point our fingers like our doors, turn off the ringers uninvolved. That thought revolves and now all the confusion lingers. I feel so burnt that when it rains I must stay put. In the distance cranes knock at long hallway doors. Since Ichabod Rashad never materialized. Realize my vision. The brain surgery incision will give you all easy access to my thoughts, but you'll have to make all my decisions. My spinal fluid tapped. What a lovely creation. From separate to generation gap. The sadistic trap, and they ban this natural mystic and leave the population capped. Static, fuzzy, can't speak. Fucking memory lapse.
British passport. Very, very comfortable.
Baiklah, maksudnya kalau